Chapter 496. Spirit and Flesh United. Immortality. Lu Nantian saw the passionate expressions of the geniuses below the worldly monolith. Nodding slightly, Lu Nantian said loudly, "The Vitality Tower is filled with countless miracles. As long as you have the strength and luck, you can transform from a sparrow into a phoenix, from a cocoon into a butterfly. The third level of the Vitality Tower will open in 3 days. In these 3 days, you all should rest well and face the test of the third level in your peak condition." After speaking, Lu Nantian slowly returned to the platform and discussed something with the other 4 magnates. Seeing that there were still 3 days before the third level of the Vitality Tower opened, the geniuses below the worldly monolith all let out a sigh of relief. Fighting 10 rounds in a row in the trial mountain was extremely exhausting. Although their respective elders were circulating their energy to treat their injuries, it was not easy to recover from mental exhaustion. 3 days was enough for them to raise their mental state to its peak. Therefore, as soon as Lu Nantian finished speaking, the geniuses below the worldly monolith quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently adjust their mental states. They hoped that they could enter the third level in their peak condition in 3 days. There are still 3 days left. I can use these 3 days to comprehend the Nirvana Vairocana. I wonder if I can try to cultivate the first level of the Nirvana Vairocana. Zhuowen thought to himself as he sat in a corner below the worldly monolith. As he spoke, Zhuowen closed his eyes and sank his mind into his knowledge sea. In the center of his knowledge sea, there was a dazzling golden torrent. This golden torrent was formed by the golden skeleton in the last hall. It contained the contents of the Nirvana Vairocana. The golden torrent drifted aimlessly in the dark and empty sea of consciousness. It was like a rootless duckweed, drifting with the waves. Below the golden torrent, a black puppy stood with its paws behind its back, looking up at the golden torrent. "Xiaohei, have you found any tricks?" Zhuowen asked softly as he walked over to Xiaohei. "This great Nirvana sun is indeed extremely profound. This dragon lord has already studied it for half a day, but I still only know half of it. I dare to say that this monarch tier body refinement technique is absolutely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so profound." Xiaohei tilted her head slightly and stared cautiously at Zhuowen. There was a strange look in the depths of her eyes. "Is it very profound? Even you can't understand it?" Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Xiaohei's background was mysterious, and she was much more experienced than he was. If even Xiaohei could not figure it out, then there was no way he could. "Who says this dragon master doesn't know anything? I'm just saying that I don't quite understand. It's not like I don't know anything." Hearing Zhuowen's words, Xiaohei was flustered and exasperated. "Oh, you found some clues?" Zhuowen was instantly overjoyed. "I've indeed found some clues. However, if you want to cultivate the great Nirvana sun, the process will be more difficult. To tell you the truth, the cultivation method of this body refinement technique is fundamentally different from other body refinement techniques. In other words, this great Nirvana sun is not as simple as the jade stone body refinement technique that you cultivated previously. It's a strange technique that combines mental energy and the physical body." When Xiaohei said this, a strange look appeared on her face. She had seen many body refinement techniques, but she had never seen such a technique that required the combination of mental energy and the physical body. One must know that mental energy was a kind of illusory energy, while the physical body was substantial. The two were not of the same nature at all. When the two were combined, it gave off an extremely strange feeling. Combination of mental energy and the physical body. "Xiaohei, you're not talking nonsense, are you?" Hearing this, Zhuowen was stunned and a strange look appeared on his face. Mental energy and the physical body were not of the same nature. How could the two be combined? In Zhuowen's opinion, this was something that was impossible. "Damn it, you actually dare to doubt me. If you don't believe me, take a look at the content of this great Nirvana sun." Seeing that Zhuowen was doubting her, Xiaohei was instantly flustered and exasperated. She snorted coldly and waved her little claws. Immediately, a portion of the golden torrent turned into a stream of information and burrowed into Zhuowen's mind. Feeling the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Zhuowen also began to study it seriously. The contents were all analyzed by Xiaohe. However, as he continued to study it, Zhuowen's expression also became serious. This was because the contents of this information were actually very similar to what Xiaohe had said. There was a sentence that left a deep impression on Zhuowen. Combination of spirit and body, immortality and indestructibility. The meaning of the information was that only by combining the spirit and body would one be able to achieve immortality and indestructibility. Combination of spirit and body was the so-called combination of mental energy and the physical body. As for the method to allow the mental energy in the Naiwan Palace to fuse with the physical body, this information also mentioned in detail. Furthermore, the combination of spirit and body was only the beginning stage of the Great Nirvana Sun. Only by achieving the combination of spirit and body would one have the qualifications to cultivate the Great Nirvana Sun. Brat, this Dragon Lord did not lie to you, right? If you want to cultivate the Great Nirvana Sun, then you must combine your spirit and body. Only by achieving this will one have the qualifications to cultivate the Great Nirvana Sun. Xiaohe, who was nearby, coldly snorted. After regaining his senses, Zhuowen said somewhat bitterly, "This Great Nirvana Sun is really unique. Isn't the cultivation method too harsh? It actually requires the combination of spirit and body. Furthermore, according to the introduction in this information, this kind of combination of spirit and body is extremely painful. I'm afraid that it will be exceptionally difficult to cultivate. Opportunities and risks are directly proportional. If you want to obtain great power, then you must pay a corresponding price. Otherwise, do you think that those ultimate practitioners were picked up from the streets? They were all tempered through countless amounts of blood and fire. Furthermore, this Great Nirvana Sun is probably not simple. If you are able to successfully cultivate it, you will benefit immensely." Xiaohe crossed her arms in front of her chest and revealed a faint smile on her face. Hearing this, Zhuowen pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Isn't it just a little pain? It's not like I haven't eaten it before. Even if I die from the pain, I will cultivate this Great Nirvana Sun." Zhuowen knew that his current situation was not too good. Not only was Su Tianliang eyeing him covetously within the Origin Qi Tower, but once he exited the Origin Qi Tower, then Su Chong would probably also target him. Now he had to raise his strength in a short period of time. After all, a little more strength now meant a little more chance of survival. Seeing that Zhuowen was preparing to cultivate the Great Nirvana Sun, the corners of Xiaohe's mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile, as she secretly said in her heart, "Brat, the might of this Great Nirvana Sun will definitely not disappoint you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are able to successfully cultivate it." Since he had already decided to cultivate the Great Nirvana Sun, Zhuowen planned to use the remaining 3 days to properly comprehend the contents of the Great Nirvana Sun. It would be best if he could reach the realm of soul and body fusion. Then he would be able to completely grasp the basics of the technique. Under the heaven and earth monolith, the 1,000 geniuses were basically sitting cross-legged on the ground as they began to adjust their state of mind. None of them were idle. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with a solemn atmosphere. Many of the leaders on the platform also stood quietly by the side. They did not dare to disturb the geniuses' cultivation and adjustment under the heaven and earth monolith. After all, the following battles would be even more intense. They did not want to distract the geniuses. At the front of the group, the 5 magnates were chatting happily. Only the Marquis of Baichuan was unusually silent. Lu Nantian and the rest did not pay attention to Su Chang's strange behavior. They only thought that Su Chang was thinking about something. At this moment, Su Chang's gaze was focused on the group behind him. His eyes flickered, as if he was looking for someone. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a sinister old man. The old man seemed to sense something and tilted his head slightly. He immediately saw the Marquis of Baichuan staring at him. Startled, he wanted to turn his head away. Su Chang was the leader of one of the 5 superpowers. He could not afford to offend him. "Old man everlasting, there's no need to hide from me. I have some matters to discuss with you." The moment the old man turned his head away, A cold voice rang out in his ears. The old man's body trembled. He knew that Su Chong was really looking for him. He complained in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he replied respectfully, "I wonder why Lord Su Chong is looking for this lowly one. I heard that the 3 ultimate king realm geniuses of your tyrant Chu city all died in the dark forest?" Su Chang's voice was slightly careless, as if he was talking about an old story. The old man's body trembled when he heard this. He clenched his fists tightly, and a trace of deep hatred appeared in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Lord Su Chang's information is indeed fast. Lu Che and the other 2 were too weak. They deserved to die in the dark forest." "Old man everlasting, there's no need to misunderstand. I'm not making fun of you. I heard that your tyrant Chu city has some grudges with Zhuowen. Lu Che and the other 2 chased after Zhuowen when he went to the dark forest. Now that they're dead, I'm afraid it was Zhuowen who did it, right?" Su Chong said unhurriedly. The old man's eyes flickered. The trace of anger on his face gradually disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said, "Since Lord Su Chong already knows, why did you come looking for this old man to talk about this?" "Hehe. That Zhuowen killed 3 of your tyrant Chu city's geniuses, causing your tyrant Chu city to be eliminated at the 2nd level. Don't tell me you don't hate that Zhuowen?" Su Chang's voice contained a trace of indescribable meaning. "Hate? Of course I hate him. Right now. I can't wait for Zhuowen to suffer a fate worse than death. I can't wait to kill that little bastard with my own hands. But that little bastard is a grade 4 Arcana Master. He's probably already been noticed by Lord Lu Nantian. What's the point of hating him? With that little bastard Zhuowen's status as a grade 4 Arcana Master, Lord Lu Nantian will definitely focus on nurturing him." At this point, the old man's entire body trembled violently. However, in the end he sighed dejectedly. He had originally planned to kill Zhuowen, but after learning that Zhuowen was a grade 4 Arcana Master, he knew that he no longer had a chance. If he dared to make a move, Lu Nantian would be the first to not let him off. Chapter 497. Attacking the Baihui acupoint. The old man's eyes lit up at first, but then they gradually dimmed. He said calmly, "Lord Su Chong, Zhuowen was able to become a grade 4 Arcana Master at such a young age. Marquis Lu is probably paying close attention to him, right? This old man still has some self-awareness. He can't be provoked now." "What? You're the city lord of Tyrant Chu City. Your own genius has been killed, and now you don't even dare to make a move?" Su Chong narrowed his eyes, and his voice became cold. Everlasting old man's expression changed slightly. He knew that Su Chong was basically sending him to his death by asking him to kill Zhuowen. Even if he killed Zhuowen, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. "My apologies, Lord Su Chong. This Zhuowen can't be touched now. Forgive this old man for being powerless." The old man cupped his hands from afar and ignored Su Chong. He knew that Zhuowen must have offended Su Chong in some way for Su Chong to be in such a hurry to get him to deal with Zhuowen. After cursing Zhuowen for being such a troublemaker in his heart, he was about to leave. However, Su Chang's next words caused him to freeze on the spot. "Old man, you have to go now even if you don't want to. If you don't go, your Tyrant Chu City will cease to exist after the Origin Chi Tower ends. If you still want to be the city lord of Tyrant Chu City, you'd better listen to this lord's orders," Su Chong said sinisterly. The old man's expression became extremely unsightly. Su Chong was actually threatening him. This made him both shocked and angry. He said in a deep voice, "Lord Su Chong, aren't you going too far? Moreover, you're so strong. You should be more confident in killing Zhuowen. If this lord could kill that little bastard Zhuowen, this lord would have done it long ago. It's a pity that there's an ancient seal around the Trial Mountain. This seal has the effect of suppressing ultimate emperors of the 5th wheel and above. With my strength, I'll definitely suffer a backlash if I take action. Moreover, will Lu Nantian not stop me?" Su Chang's voice became increasingly impatient. A trace of killing intent began to surface in his sinister eyes. The Wuxia old man had rejected him many times, which had caused Su Chang's killing intent to rise. "Now, you only have one choice. If you don't do as I say, you and Chu Bacheng will both disappear." The everlasting old man's face was pale. His body was trembling, and cold sweat covered his forehead. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Lord Su-chang, please give your orders. This old man will act according to your instructions." Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? But you can rest assured, even if you kill Zhuowen, if that Lu Nantian takes his anger out on you, this lord will help you keep him busy. This lord will also protect your life and give you an earth-rank soul treasure as compensation, Su-chang said indifferently. The Wuji old man's expression eased up slightly when he heard that. If Su-chang was really willing to give him an earth-rank soul treasure and protect his life at a critical moment, killing Zhuowen would not be impossible. This Lord Su-chang's words carry enormous weight. This Lord Su-chang will definitely take care of this matter. However, this Zhuowen is not simple. He's abnormally cunning, and probably has many trump cards. It won't be that easy to kill him instantly. If we can't kill him in a short amount of time, the consequences will be unthinkable, the Wuji old man said worriedly. If an ultimate emperor realm cultivator, like you can't kill a junior like Zhuowen instantly, then there's no need for you to live. Just die. You'd best find a good opportunity to act. No matter how strong that Zhuowen is, he's no match for an ultimate emperor realm cultivator, Su-chang said coldly. The Wuji old man's face paled slightly. He hurriedly nodded. Yes, this lord understands. The Wuji old man and Su-chang discussed the specifics of the assassination before returning to their respective places, as if nothing had happened. Zhuowen, looks like the heavens are on my side. I originally thought that I wouldn't have a chance to kill you, but now it's a godsend opportunity. Even Lord Su-chang wants you dead. You won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. The Wuji old man clenched his fists as his gaze turned cold. He peered through the gaps in the crowd and stared at Zhuowen's back in a corner below the monolith. He sneered. He knew that what he needed to do right now was to find a chance to kill Zhuowen in a single strike. Therefore, after thinking hard for a while, he knew that the best time to make a move was when the third floor opened. At that time, most people's attention would be on the entrance to the third floor, and they wouldn't notice the movements on the platform at all. As long as he acted quickly, even an expert like Lu Nantian might not be able to stop him in time. Once he killed Zhuowen, Lu Nantian probably wouldn't make things difficult for him over a dead genius if Su-chang pleaded on his behalf. Zhuowen, you will die in 3 days. Enjoy the time you have left. The everlasting old man stared at Zhuowen's figure with a sinister gaze and chuckled sinisterly. Zhuowen, who was below the heaven and earth monolith, naturally didn't know about the Wuji old man and Su-chang's secret plot. At the moment, he was immersed in his sea of consciousness, silently studying how to get started with the great Nirvana Sunday inside the sea of consciousness, which was as deep as the void. Zhuowen, who was the manifestation of his mind, was sitting cross-legged in the center of the sea of consciousness. Surging golden torrents surrounded Zhuowen, radiating golden light everywhere, solemn and sacred. The fusion of spirit and flesh will make one immortal. There are a total of 365 acupuncture points in the human body, and the 365 acupuncture points are connected to countless meridians. Only by using mental strength to open up all the acupuncture points and allow mental strength to enter the meridians of the entire body through the acupuncture points, the fusion of spirit and flesh will naturally be completed. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze flickered with a blazing bright light. He was immersed in the golden torrent, and he repeatedly recited the boundless information of the grand sun nirvana that was contained within the golden torrent. Finally, he found a trace of an opportunity for his soul and body to merge. As everyone knew, the meridians in the human body were as numerous as the stars in the night sky. There were simply too many to count. The difficulty of fusing mental strength into the meridians was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, the acupuncture points in the human body were closely connected to the meridians. If the meridians were compared to bridges, then the acupuncture points would be the islands that connected the bridge. 360 islands were connected to each other. No matter which acupuncture point one started from, it would be possible to circle around and return to the starting point. If one relied on acupuncture points, then it would be much easier for mental strength to fuse with the meridians of the human body. One only needed to use mental strength to open up the acupuncture points, and then continuously channel mental strength into the corresponding acupuncture points. Then, through the connection between the acupuncture points, mental strength would be able to follow the meridians and cover the entire human body. This way, the fusion of spirit and flesh would be much easier. Kid, your comprehension is not bad. You actually thought of this method. Using the acupuncture points as the starting point, you can continuously channel mental strength into the various meridians. By the side, Xiaohei's small eyes immediately brightened when it heard this. The gaze it used to look at Zhuo Wen had become somewhat strange. It had never thought of such a method. However, this brat was able to comprehend it in such a short period of time. This level of comprehension ability far exceeded that of an ordinary genius. This is merely my idea. Whether it will work or not, I will have to try it first before I know. Zhuo Wen's gaze was burning, but he still forced himself to calm down. He knew that if this method worked, then it would be much easier to reach the beginner level of Great Nirvana Sun. Furthermore, he also wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to his strength once he mastered such a profound technique. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Wen began to silently activate the mental strength in his Naiwen Palace. Among the 365 acupuncture points in the human body, the most important acupuncture point was undoubtedly the Baihui acupuncture point. The Baihui acupuncture point was located at the intersection between the middle of the head and the tips of the ears. As long as one used mental strength to break through the Baihui acupuncture point, then the following acupuncture points would not be as difficult. Let's see if I can break through this Baihui acupuncture point. If I can break through it, then my idea is basically feasible. As he muttered to himself, Zhuo Wen's movements were not slow. He slowly activated the mental strength in his Naiwen Palace, slowly extending it from between his eyebrows to the Baihui acupuncture point at the top of his head. The formless mental strength was like a hunting python, slowly approaching the vicinity of the Baihui acupuncture point. Wang. When the mental strength neared the Baihui acupuncture point, Zhuo Wen suddenly felt a resistance, as if he had entered a swamp. It was as if there was an extremely hard wall within the Baihui acupuncture point, preventing Zhuo Wen from moving forward. The resistance of this Baihui acupuncture point is actually so strong. My mental strength is at the rank 4 initial stage, but under this resistance, it is actually unable to move forward. It seems that I need to increase the output of my mental strength. Frowning slightly, Zhuo Wen knew that this Baihui acupuncture point was not so easy to break through. Thus, he began to slowly increase the output of his mental strength in his Naiwen Palace. In an instant, the small stream of mental strength that was originally like a small stream suddenly became several times thicker, like a river. Still can't break through? Although his mental strength had increased several times, the resistance of the Baihui acupuncture point was getting stronger and stronger. His mental strength was still unable to move forward, and even retreated slightly under the effect of the Baihui acupuncture point. Let's go all out. Seeing this situation, Zhuo Wen knew that if he did not use all his strength, he would not be able to break through the Baihui acupuncture point. With a cold snort, he began to mobilize all the mental strength in his body, attacking the Baihui acupuncture point at the top of his head with all his might. Boom boom boom. Low and deep muffled sounds continued to be emitted from Zhuo Wen's body, immediately causing the geniuses nearby to frown slightly. Their gazes gathered on Zhuo Wen's side, but none of them dared to make a sound when they saw that it was Zhuo Wen who had made the sound. The matter of Zhuo Wen defeating LV Yongxing was now known to everyone. They already knew that this young man, who came from a low-level city, was probably only below the 5 great geniuses in strength. Other than the 5 great geniuses, there were not many people here who could compete with Zhuo Wen. Naturally, Zhuo Wen was not aware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he was controlling the mental strength in his Naiwen Palace, continuously attacking the Baihui acupuncture point. Chapter 498. Changes swish swish. The moment Zhuo Wen vomited blood, Countless gazes gathered on the platform, as a sliver of astonishment surfaced on everyone's faces. Why was Zhuowen vomiting blood while he was recuperating? However, a few people with good eyesight also discovered that Zhuowen was currently cultivating some kind of cultivation technique, unlike the other geniuses who were adjusting their condition and recuperating. Isn't Zhuowen trying too hard? He's about to open the 3rd level, and he's still trying to cultivate? Haha, such a method is extremely stupid. How can one's cultivation improve by another level in a short 3 days? This Zhuowen is probably too eager to improve. Now that he has suffered a backlash from his cultivation method, he deserves it. Many people in the surroundings looked at the injured Zhuowen with mocking gazes. There were even a few geniuses who originally did not think highly of Zhuowen's background, who rejoiced in his misfortune. The 5 geniuses sitting cross-legged at the center of the crowd were also attracted by the commotion caused by Zhuowen. Each of them had different expressions. LV Itao's expression was still indifferent, and no one could tell what he was feeling. Luo Xing was expressionless and did not show much emotion. Qin Batian glanced at Zhuowen in astonishment. Zhu Qi completely ignored Zhuowen, while Su Tianliang sneered again and again. Everyone on the platform had different expressions, but the majority of them were looking at Zhuowen with mocking gazes. The only ones who were worried were Guyu Tian, Qiu Chou, and Ouyang Yintu. Hidden in the depths of the crowd, Old Man Wuji's eyes flickered as he stared coldly at Zhuowen like a venomous snake. He said in a low voice, "This kid is injured now. It's the best time to act." But at this point, Old Man Wuji also looked at the front of the platform, where Lu Nantian and the rest were also attracted by Zhuowen. He shook his head slightly and coldly snorted, "Now is not the time. Let's let this Zhuowen live for a while longer." At this moment, Zhuowen did not have the energy to pay attention to the expressions of the people outside. At this moment, he was struggling to resist the backlash from his Baihui acupoint. Just now, when Zhuowen had used all of his mental energy to bombard his Baihui acupoint, it was indeed quite effective. The barrier of the Baihui acupoint had been shattered by his mental energy. However, what Zhuowen did not expect was that after the barrier of the Baihui acupoint was shattered, there was actually an extremely powerful rebounding force that directly bombarded his mind, causing him to involuntarily vomit blood. At this moment, this repulsive force was like a towering mountain, tightly suppressing Zhuowen's mental energy. Furthermore, what shocked Zhuowen the most was that this strange repulsive force was actually slowly seeping into his Naiwen Palace, in an attempt to destroy his Naiwen Palace. If this energy were to invade his Naiwen Palace, although it would not collapse, Zhuowen would definitely suffer a great backlash. At that time, he might even become an idiot. "Block it for me." In the sea of consciousness, Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged, had cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He suddenly shouted out loud, and his mental energy violently surged out like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. Dense explosive sounds were continuously produced. It was as if millions of bombs had exploded in Zhuowen's body at the same time. The noise was almost non-stop, and many people in the surroundings began to look at the strange Zhuowen with strange expressions. What exactly was Zhuowen doing? Why were there such dense explosive sounds coming from his body? Bang! After using all of his mental energy, Zhuowen finally managed to block the sudden repulsive force from his Baihui acupoint. Lightly exhaling, Zhuowen cursed in a low voice. "What is this thing? How can it be so powerful? This is the potential of your acupoints. You must know that the energy in a human body is limitless, and a cultivator can only use a portion of it. The reason why a cultivator needs to constantly cultivate is actually to use the energy of heaven and earth to unlock their own potential, and thus obtain great strength." At this moment, Xiaohei suddenly came to Zhuowen's side. His expression was extremely solemn as he continued. "The countless meridians and acupoints in your body, and even your flesh and blood, all contain limitless potential. Just now, when you forcefully broke the shackles of your Baihui acupoint, the potential contained within naturally flowed out. Fortunately, this is only the potential of your Baihui acupoint, so you were able to barely block it." Potential? Looking at the invisible force in front of his mental energy, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a strange expression. I broke the barrier of my Baihui acupoint. Will it have any effect on this potential? Zhuowen suddenly felt a little worried. Hehe. Don't worry, potential needs to be unearthed by a cultivator. As long as you can control this potential, your strength will increase exponentially. Xiaohei crossed his arms and laughed. Control this potential? Feeling the heavy pressure in front of his mental energy, Zhuowen's face twitched. Just a portion of the potential that flowed out of his Baihui acupoint was already enough to make him complain endlessly. How could he possibly control all of it? Hehe. However, with the suppression of this potential, I'm afraid that your mental energy will also receive a lot of tempering. It's still too early for you to control this potential. You only need to suppress this potential, then use your mental energy to completely invade your Baihui acupoint. Xiaohei pondered for a moment and said. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He could feel that the potential that flowed out of his Baihui acupoint was extremely terrifying. It was even a little wild and untamed. It was absolutely impossible to control it. At least it was absolutely impossible with his current strength. Just nice. I can use the pressure of this potential to temper my mental energy. Who knows? Maybe the myriad evolution scripture might even be able to take another step forward. Pressure was the easiest way to transform into motivation. As the saying goes, if you don't move forward, you'll move backward. Strong pressure was enough to spur a cultivator to constantly move forward. If there was no pressure at all, it would instead cause a cultivator to slack off, causing their cultivation to regress. And now, this surging potential had become a good pressure for Zhuowen to temper his mental energy. Zhuowen knew that there weren't many opportunities to face this kind of pressure, so he had to make good use of it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's mind settled down. He silently ran the myriad evolution scripture technique. The mental energy in his Naiwen palace swept up like a hurricane, and it began to show signs of constantly growing. Time passed by minute. At this time, the explosive sound in Zhuowen's body had also stopped. It was extremely quiet and peaceful. When the other cultivators saw that Zhuowen was fine, they all curled their lips and no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. Instead, they continued to recuperate and rest. Time flew. When the first ray of sunlight shone down from the sky above the Trial Mountain, many geniuses under the disk of heaven and earth opened their eyes one after another. Their eyes were all blazing with passion. They knew that in a while, the passage to the third level of the Tower of Vitality would open. Even Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and the other top geniuses opened their eyes together. In their eyes, there was a hint of expectation. They were also looking forward to the trial test of the Tower of Vitality's third level. In a remote corner, Zhuowen, who seemed to be unknown, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His breathing was even and gentle. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, under the golden torrent, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a trace of strange golden light surging. These 3 days are equivalent to 3 months of cultivation. Under the suppression of the potential, my mental energy has actually grown by 30%. Now, it has reached the peak of level 4 initial success. It is not far from level 4 advanced success. Moreover, under the effect of the myriad evolution scripture, my mental energy has evolved into 100 strands of mental energy. At this time, Zhuowen's eyes were full of confidence. He could not help but smile. Now, although he could not control the potential of the Baihui acupoint, suppressing it was not a problem at all. This time, I must break through the Baihui acupoint and let the meridians around the Baihui acupoint completely merge with my mental energy. This way, I will be much closer to the beginning of the nirvana of the Great Sun. As he spoke, Zhuowen began to silently mobilize the mental energy in his Naiwen palace. If Zhuowen's mental energy was only as vast as a river before, then his mental energy was now as vast as the ocean. Suppress it for me. With a low shout, countless amounts of mental energy immediately bombarded the invisible potential in front of the Baihui acupoint. Suddenly, the unshakable potential, which was originally like an iron tower, started to shake under the impact of Zhuowen's mental energy. Break it for me directly. At this moment, Zhuowen no longer held back and immediately mobilized even more mental energy. Like a hurricane, it violently bombarded the potential. With a buzzing sound, the originally unstoppable potential was actually suppressed by the mental energy and retreated back into the Baihui acupoint. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the mental energy was like a river entering the sea, violently surging into the Baihui acupoint. The vast and boundless mental energy, with the Baihui acupoint as a base, started to surge in all directions towards the meridians around the Baihui acupoint. Suddenly, the Baihui acupoint emitted a golden light. After the mental energy came into contact with the meridians, it actually emitted a strange golden light. Furthermore, Zhuowen did not know if it was an illusion, but he realized that after the mental energy and the meridians merged, both his meridians and mental energy actually showed signs of strengthening. Below the heaven and earth monolith, everyone stood up and focused their gazes on the sky above the trial mountain, waiting for the entrance to the third level to open. No one noticed that at this moment Zhuowen, who was silently sitting cross-legged on the ground, had a faint golden light emitting from the top of his head. An obscure and powerful aura slowly dissipated from the top of Zhuowen's head. If one did not sense it carefully, they would not be able to sense how powerful this aura was. This also caused no one to notice Zhuowen's abnormality. Dang! Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen's eyes had completely turned dark gold. Furthermore, Zhuowen realized that his eyes seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. The scenery outside was also golden. What was even more strange was that his observation skills had increased exponentially. Even if the wind blew past, he could still capture the trajectory of the wind. Is this the change that occurs after the fusion of spirit and body? This feeling is really good. Chapter 499. White Stairs to Heaven. The Baihui acupoint was located at the intersection between the middle of the head and the tips of the ears. It seemed to control all the meridians above the eyes. After the Baihui acupoint was opened by Zhuowen, the surrounding meridians became extremely sharp and powerful under the effect of mental energy. It was under this transformation that Zhuowen's eyes turned into a strange dark gold color. His observation and perception skills were greatly enhanced. So much so that Zhuowen faintly discovered that his control over his body had reached an astonishing level. What a magical feeling! Just by opening the Baihui acupoint, there can actually be such a miraculous change. This great Nirvana sun is indeed extraordinary. Feeling the changes in his eyes, Zhuowen's heart was filled with joy. Haha! This dragon lord has long said that this great Nirvana sun is not simple. Now, you have only opened the Baihui acupoint. If you open all the 365 acupoints in your body, I'm afraid that your strength will reach an unprecedented level. Moreover, this is only the entry level of the great Nirvana sun. Xiaohe lightly smiled. After hearing Xiaohe's words, Zhuowen finally realized how amazing this great Nirvana sun was. Just opening one acupoint could cause such a huge transformation. If all the acupoints in his body were opened, he would really undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Moreover, this was only the entry level of the great Nirvana sun. One must know that above the entry level of the great Nirvana sun, there were 5 more levels. If all of them were cultivated to perfection, becoming immortal and indestructible would be a fool's dream. When he thought of this, Zhuowen could not help but smile. This time around he had really picked up a treasure. The value of this great Nirvana sun was probably above his expectations. Brat, what are you smiling foolishly for? The entrance to the 3rd level is about to open. Hurry up and prepare. Xiaohe suddenly reminded him in his mind. Nodding his head, Zhuowen slowly stood up. He also saw the surrounding geniuses, staring at the sky above the training mountain in anticipation. There were even quite a few people who were eager to give it a try. Suddenly, a dark golden light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. He tilted his head, and his gaze immediately focused on the crowd on the platform behind him. Zhuowen's sharp senses allowed him to feel that there was someone staring at him from the crowd. Is it just my imagination? Zhuowen shook his head when he did not discover any suspicious figures in the crowd. Following the others, he raised his head slightly and focused his gaze on the sky. At this moment, the sky was gradually shattering like glass. Clearly, the passageway to the 3rd level was about to appear. Among the crowd, The everlasting old man was hiding in a remote corner. His eyes were filled with surprise as he muttered, "How can this brat's senses be so sharp? Even from so far away, he could still sense that something was wrong? If I had been a step slower just now, this old man might have been detected by him." Everlasting old man. The third floor is about to open. You have to seize the opportunity to completely annihilate that Zhuowen. Otherwise, the one who will die will be you. A cold voice slowly sounded in Wuji old man's mind. It was Marquis Baichuan Su Chong, who was using a voice transmission secret technique to send a message to him. "Lord Su Chong, don't worry. The moment the passageway opens later, it will be the time of Zhuowen's death. Now that this old man has fulfilled his promise, I hope Lord Su Chong will fulfill his promise." Wuji old man's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "I Su Chong am a man of my word. As long as you completely eliminate this Zhuowen, this king will do everything he promised you. You can rest assured." Su Chang's tone became slightly gentler. "Thank you, Lord Su Chong." Wuji old man replied respectfully and said no more. Instead, he concentrated on observing the attention of Lu Nantian and the others, as well as the movements of Zhuowen in front. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to kill in one blow. The passageway to the third level is about to appear. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Dense cracks had appeared on the surface of the canopy in the sky. Finally, with a cracking sound, it shattered into nothingness. On the other side of the sky was an endless stretch of dark void. Whoosh! A blazing white stripe swept over from the void high above. It fluttered like silk, light and elegant. Boom! The endless white strips moved at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they descended on the platform at the peak of the mountain. The white strips landed on the ground, emitting rays of light. Soon after, the white strips rapidly transformed, directly transforming into a spacious and enormous staircase. The staircase was long, and it led to an unknown place on the other side of the platform. Everyone knew that this white staircase should be the passageway to the third level. This staircase is called the White Staircase to Heaven. The other side of the staircase is the third level of the Vitality Tower. However, this staircase is not very stable yet. It still needs the five of us to strengthen it a little. At this moment, Lu Nantian finally spoke. Then, he took a step forward and stepped on the air. When he arrived at the top of the White Staircase to Heaven, his eyes became extremely solemn. The other four magnates followed closely behind Lu Nantian. "I'll have to trouble the four of you to assist me." Lu Nantian cupped his hands and said politely, "Haha, Brother Lu, you're too polite. This Vitality Tower battle is organized by the five of us. We naturally have to do our part to strengthen the staircase to heaven." The master of the meteorite said with a smile. The other three nodded in understanding. Among them, Su Chong glanced at Zhuowen with a profound gaze and said with a faint smile, "Now is not the time to lose. Let's quickly strengthen the staircase to heaven." Lu Nantian nodded and waved his hand. The five of them immediately stood in 5 different positions. Their hands formed many seals at the same time. A surge of energy was released from the 5 of them. It turned into a milky white energy in the void, and slowly seeped into the white staircase below. Buzz! 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 With the help of the milky white energy, the white staircase buzzed cheerfully. Soon after, under everyone's surprised gazes, it gradually solidified and looked very safe. Below the platform, most of the geniuses stared at this scene in surprise. Zhuowen was no exception. The white staircase to heaven seemed to lead to the outside of the void. Its length was truly unimaginable. Good chance. Now's the time. Zhuowen, you little bastard, die. While everyone's attention was on the white staircase above, a ghostly figure quietly approached the firmament monument. When it was only 10 feet away from the firmament monument, the figure stopped hiding. With a stomp of his foot, a surging aura suddenly burst out. Whoosh! The everlasting old man had a sinister smile on his face. His clothes and white hair fluttered without any wind. With a stomp of his foot, he shot towards Zhuowen, at the corner of the firmament monument like an arrow. The aura of an ultimate Emperor realm expert was released without reservation. What's going on? Why is there suddenly such a powerful aura? Could it be that someone wants to fight here? The moment the everlasting old man's aura erupted, whether it was the geniuses below the firmament monument or the mini-city lords on the platform, their faces were filled with shock. They didn't think that someone would dare to fight so recklessly on the platform. In the corner, Zhuowen's eyelids suddenly twitched. The ominous feeling in his mind grew even stronger. When the everlasting old man completely released his aura, Zhuowen's face completely changed. Everlasting old man, you dare to fight here? Aren't you afraid of Marquis Lu's punishment? Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen immediately saw the limitless old man rushing over. His pupils constricted slightly as he said in a low voice. Punishment? Kiki, this old man won't die. The one who should die should be you. Zhuowen, you killed 3 geniuses of my Chuba city. Do you think this debt can be settled just like that? You'd better go down and accompany Lu Che and the rest. A sharp voice resounded across the entire platform. The everlasting old man instantly appeared above Zhuowen. A pair of skinny hands reached out into the void. Instantly, the surrounding yuan qi exploded and boiled. The airflow swept out and turned into a huge palm that was dozens of feet long. It pressed down on Zhuowen's head. At the same time, the old man was still worried. He formed a seal with his right hand and immediately pulled out a golden talisman from his bosom. He tossed it out violently, and with a flash of golden light, it turned into a huge golden platform in the air. It was like a mountain, and it slammed towards Zhuowen without holding back at all. This old man. A strong sense of danger made Zhuowen's eyes crack. Zhuowen fiercely activated the nirvana of the great sun in his body. The meridians around his Baihui acupoint were tightly glued to his mental energy. Zhuowen's eyes turned dark gold. At this moment, Zhuowen's observation skills had reached an extremely abnormal level. When the palm and golden platform pressed down, Zhuowen instantly saw the trajectory of their descent. His footsteps staggered as he took a series of steps. Boom, boom, boom. In the nick of time, Zhuowen used the gap between the 2 attacks to finally avoid the direct bombardment of the golden platform and palm. At the same time, Zhuowen activated the blood flames to protect himself. The golden platform and palm finally slammed into the ground. The powerful force caused the ground to crack inch by inch. Countless rocks floated up and dust filled the air. Waves of energy rippled out in all directions, causing some of the surrounding warriors to involuntarily retreat. Puchi! With a groan, Zhuowen violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a withered leaf as he flew backwards. The blood flames around his body were unable to withstand a single blow from the shockwave, and were directly annihilated. Although Zhuowen dodged the direct bombardment of the golden platform and palm, the 2 attacks were simply too close to him. Even if he relied on his powerful observation skills to find the flaw and dodge in advance, the shockwave produced by the 2 attacks landed squarely on his chest. Bang! After flying backwards for more than 10 meters, Zhuowen finally slammed heavily into the ground, creating a huge crater that was dozens of meters wide. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely gloomy. He had never expected that the Wuji old man would actually dare to make a move on the trial mountain. He had indeed miscalculated on this point. Zhuowen die! With a cold shout, the Wuji old man flew straight towards Zhuowen like a hawk. Chapter 500. Ghost Curse Charm. It had only been a blink of an eye since the everlasting old man attacked, and Zhuowen was injured. Before anyone could react, Zhuowen had already vomited blood and was injured. Everlasting old man, stop! In the crowd, Qiu Chou, Guyu Tian, and Ouyang Yuntu, who had fallen into a daze because of this unforeseen event, reacted at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. Among them, Qiu Chou let out a loud shout and directly rushed towards the everlasting old man. Qiu Chou, you can't stop me. Zhuowen must die today. The everlasting old man laughed sinisterly and instantly arrived above Zhuowen. His withered arms suddenly stretched out, wanting to grab Zhuowen's neck. Looking at the arm that was getting closer and closer, Zhuowen's heart was beating extremely fast, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. This was a feeling of urgency caused by extreme nervousness. Zhuowen knew that if he was caught by this everlasting old man, he would definitely die. Damn it! Block it for me! With a low roar, Zhuowen desperately activated the mental strength in his Muwan palace. The peak rank 4 lower realm mental strength poured out like a tide. It was as if the Milky Way had collapsed, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards the Wuji old man. Under the effect of this powerful mental force, the everlasting old man's outstretched hand paused slightly, as if it had sunk into a swamp. Peak level 4 lesser mastery mentality? Feeling the powerful mental strength in his arm, the Wuji old man's pupils shrunk imperceptibly. As far as he knew, Zhuowen's mental strength should have just reached level 4 lower success not long ago. How could it suddenly reach the peak of level 4 lower success? It's only been 3 days. Has this little bastard's spiritual power improved again? The old man's eyes darkened as he thought of a possibility. The killing intent on his face grew even thicker. The more monstrous Zhuowen's performance was, the more intense the killing intent in his heart became. He couldn't let this kid go so easily. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. It was very possible that in the future, Zhuowen would bring irreparable harm to Chu Ba-chung and himself. This little bit of mental strength isn't enough to stop this old man. With a sneer, the everlasting old man slashed through the air with his claw. Powerful ripples surged out, instantly breaking through the mental energy on his hand. His claw reached for Zhuowen's forehead without slowing down at all. At this moment, Zhuowen was extremely calm. The dark gold light in his eyes flickered. His observation power had almost reached the pinnacle. Although the everlasting old man's claw was extremely fast, it was like a slow-motion replay in his eyes. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen shifted his feet slightly, miraculously dodging the everlasting old man's claw. However, the powerful gale created by the claw was like compressed gas. It slammed into Zhuowen's chest, causing Zhuowen to grunt and retreat. At the same time, Zhuowen activated his lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings. He turned into a streak of lightning and vanished from where he was. The commotion between the everlasting old man and Zhuowen finally attracted the attention of the other geniuses who were watching the staircase. In particular, the geniuses below the monolith were all surprised when they saw how miserable Zhuowen was in front of the everlasting old man. That person seems to be the everlasting old man from the Tyrant Chu city. He's actually so bold to openly attack a genius on the Trial Mountain? I know about the everlasting old man as well. He's an ultimate king with 4 wheels. I don't know why the everlasting old man would attack Zhuowen for no reason, but I'm certain that Zhuowen is dead for sure. Zhuowen is not simple. He looks like he's in a terrible state, but he seems to be able to avoid being hit in his vitals. He's barely dodging the old man's attack. Immediately, all the geniuses on the monolith looked at the everlasting old man and Zhuowen. Their gazes were filled with mockery. Zhuowen's performance had been far too eye-catching recently, so it was quite enjoyable to watch him suffer. The 5 geniuses all noticed the abnormalities as well. When they saw Zhuowen being chased by the everlasting old man, they all had different expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. Among them, Su Tianliang sneered as he took pleasure in the everlasting old man's misfortune. Luo Xing's eyes flickered slightly as she stood to one side. However, she showed no signs of going up to help. Instead, she became silent, which was rare for her. Senior sister Luo Xing, hurry up and help Zhuowen. The everlasting old man is an ultimate king with 4 wheels. No matter how strong Zhuowen is, he can't survive the everlasting old man's attack. Qing Lian, who was beside Luo Xing, was worried. She looked at Luo Xing with her beautiful eyes and pleaded, Qing Lian, Zhuowen didn't agree to join our Jade Lady Astral Court, so he's not a disciple of our Jade Lady Astral Court. I have no obligation to take the risk to save Zhuowen. Luo Xing frowned slightly and said coldly. Zhuowen's cold refusal had already left Luo Xing with a bad impression of Zhuowen. Therefore, she didn't want to stand out. After all, the everlasting old man was an ultimate king with 4 wheels. He wasn't easy to deal with. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes were filled with sadness when she heard this. She gritted her teeth and was about to rush towards Zhuowen. Unfortunately, she was pulled back by Luo Xing. Luo Xing said indifferently, "This is between Zhuowen and the everlasting old man. We can't interfere." Qing Lian became anxious. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became misty. However, Luo Xing was much stronger than her. If Luo Xing didn't let her go, she wouldn't be able to break free from the former's restraint. The 5 magnates on the white sky staircase also noticed the strange movement below. When they saw the everlasting old man attacking Zhuowen without permission, they were all surprised. Lu Nanshan's eyes flashed with anger. Long before the opening of the Tower of Vitality, he had already made a rule that the leaders of the forces couldn't attack the juniors in the Tower of Vitality. The juniors could settle the grudges between themselves. And now, Old Man Wuji's actions were clearly treating his words as wind past his ears. How could Lu Nantian not be angry in his heart? He snorted coldly and said loudly, "Old Man Wuji, why haven't you stopped yet? If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite." In the distance, the everlasting old man who was constantly attacking paused slightly after hearing Lu Nanshan's cold shout. His eyes flashed, and he didn't answer Lu Nantian. Instead, he attacked Zhuowen even more crazily. He was determined to kill Zhuowen. Good. Everlasting old man, you're really courting death. Wait until I stabilize the white sky staircase, then you'll have to accept my punishment. Lu Nantian was so angry at the everlasting old man's attitude that he laughed. His eyes finally emitted a cold light as he said to the other 4. "The 4 of you, quickly deal with this white sky staircase. This everlasting old man is really going against the heavens." The meteorite garden master, Qin Nia, and Xin Yuanli nodded. Only Su Chang's eyes flickered as he secretly kept an eye on Zhuowen. He was determined to kill Zhuowen. Therefore, he could only try his best to delay LV Nantian, so that old man Wuji would have sufficient time. At this time, the everlasting old man was getting more and more shocked. It had been 5 breaths since he attacked, but he still couldn't take down Zhuowen. Zhuowen was like a loach, extremely slippery. Moreover, he seemed to have the ability to predict the future. The moment the everlasting old man was about to attack, Zhuowen would dodge ahead of time. He was only hit by the aftershocks. At this time, Zhuowen wasn't having a good time. Although he had avoided fatal injuries many times, the everlasting old man was an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Just the aftershocks were enough to make him suffer. Under the impact of the aftershocks, Zhuowen's muscles were almost torn apart. Blood gushed out from his wounds like a faucet. Zhuowen's movements also became increasingly sluggish. "Everlasting old man, stop it, you old bastard!" Qiu Chao's roar rolled over, 30 meters behind the everlasting old man. Qiu Chao's eyes were scarlet red as he rushed over at extreme speed. Seeing Qiu Chou getting closer and closer, the everlasting old man's heart sank to the extreme. He knew that once Qiu Chou arrived, he really wouldn't have the chance to kill Zhuowen. This little bastard must die. A sliver of resentment flashed through his eyes. The everlasting old man fished out a strange black talisman from his bosom again. The surface of the talisman was filled with strands of dense black mist. An unpleasant smell spread out, like the smell of rotting corpses. "I really never thought that I would need to use the resentful ghost talisman to kill a little bastard like you. You should be able to die in peace to this talisman." With a sinister laugh, the everlasting old man suddenly crushed the black talisman in his hand. Immediately, countless strands of dense black mist surged out like tentacles, directly enveloping the bloodied Zhuowen. More and more black mist surged out, wrapping around Zhuowen layer by layer. In the end, Zhuowen's figure completely vanished. The black mist churned, forming a huge black egg that was several meters large. Swish! Qiu Chou took a step in the air, and instantly arrived behind the everlasting old man. He pressed his right hand against the everlasting old man's back, as his eyes were filled with shock and fury. "Qiu Chou, you've come too late this time. This Zhuowen is dead for sure. Even a rank 4 Arcana Master can't survive the resentful ghost talisman." The everlasting old man laughed sinisterly. His skinny hand instantly extended behind him, directly smashing into Qiu Chao's palm. A powerful aura spread out. Boom! Shockwaves spread out as the surrounding space collapsed. The everlasting old man's expression changed slightly. He took a step in the air, and immediately retreated over 10 steps. He narrowed his eyes at Qiu Chou. "You've actually reached the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm?" Qiu Chou completely ignored the everlasting old man's words. He took a step and instantly arrived before the black egg. With a loud roar, he clenched his hand into a fist. Countless strands of golden light surged out as he punched out. Immediately, the sky changed color, the air boiled and space collapsed. Bang! Chapter 501. The Everlasting Old Man's Death Thump. 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 More than 10 meters away, Qiuqiu stomped on the ground and barely managed to stabilize himself. His gaze became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect the strange black egg in front of him to be so hard. His full-strength attack didn't leave a single mark on the black egg. Instead, he was forced back by the recoil. Qiuqiu's situation was also seen by everyone present. Immediately an uproar arose. Everyone looked at the giant egg in the middle of the field with extremely serious gazes. I didn't expect it to be the resentful ghost curse talisman. This is the everlasting old man's painstaking work. It's said that the everlasting old man occasionally makes an extremely strange talisman. The everlasting old man has studied talismans for so many years, but he only made one resentful ghost curse talisman. Today he actually used it on Zhuowen. This Zhuowen is really unlucky. I don't know how he offended the everlasting old man. Under the effect of the resentful ghost curse talisman, this kid is finished no matter how heaven-defying he is. Countless people in the field burst into discussion. Among them, the 5 great geniuses' expressions changed. They had heard of the resentful ghost curse talisman before. It was said that even an ultimate emperor realm cultivator would find it difficult to get out if they were trapped inside. Qing Lian, do you know why I didn't help this Zhuowen before? This everlasting old man isn't easy to deal with. This resentful ghost curse talisman is very strange. Although I can resist it, the price is too high. Luo Xing explained in a low voice. Although Zhuowen was a rare genius, it was impossible for Luo Xing to take such a big risk for someone who was not even a member of their Jade Lady Celestial Court. Qing Lian stared blankly at the black egg in the distance. A line of clear tears streamed down her face. She lowered her head in silence, but her heart felt like it was being shattered. Qiuqiu, don't waste your energy. The outer layer of the resentful ghost curse talisman is extremely hard. Even an ultimate emperor realm cultivator might not be able to break it. You can wait here for 3 days. 3 days later, the black egg will dissipate on its own. At that time, you can collect this little demon's corpse. The everlasting old man said coldly. Qiuqiu's eyes spat fire as he stared at the everlasting old man with gritted teeth. He had obviously heard of the resentful ghost curse talisman before. It was said that Qiuqiu had spent over a decade traveling through various cemeteries in Muqing County to absorb the yin qi within them. It was extremely powerful. The most terrifying thing about this talisman was that it was filled with endless negative emotions. It was formed by the combination of the resentment of billions of vengeful souls. Even an ultimate 5-wheel emperor would be deeply affected if he fell into it. He might even be driven mad. Aside from the boundless resentment, there was also the terrifying yin qi that the Wuji old man had accumulated over the years. Even an ultimate emperor realm cultivator might not be able to last 3 days with this amount of yin qi, let alone Zhuowen, who had yet to reach the ultimate emperor realm. Everlasting old man. You old bastard. Marquis Lu has already made a rule that the leaders of organizations cannot fight within the Qi Tower. Now that you've openly attacked Zhuowen, just wait for Marquis Lu's wrath. Guyu Tian arrived at this moment. His face paled when he saw that even Qiuqiu was unable to do anything to the strange black egg. He pointed at the everlasting old man and cursed. Zhuowen was the hope of their Rattan Armor City. Guyu Tian's mood was evident now that he had been killed just like that. An ant-like existence dares to curse me? The everlasting old man's face darkened when he saw Guyu Tian speak rudely to him. Who was Guyu Tian? He was only the city lord of a low-level city. He wasn't even an ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Yet he dared to be cursed at by the everlasting old man. He must be tired of living. The everlasting old man snorted coldly and waved his right hand. A powerful force swept out, turning into a huge palm that was dozens of meters long. It directly pressed down on Guyu Tian. Boom! However, when the huge palm was only a few meters away from Guyu Tian, it was instantly shattered by a powerful force. It shattered into countless streams of energy that scattered in all directions. The everlasting old man's face paled slightly. He groaned and retreated more than 10 steps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures instantly appeared in the air. They were the magnates of the 5 superpowers. Their leader, Lu Nantian, had an extremely ugly expression. Especially when he saw the black egg that had appeared in the open space. His eyes darkened to the extreme. He hadn't expected the everlasting old man to use the resentful ghost curse talisman against Zhuowen. Although the resentful ghost curse talisman wasn't much of a problem for him, he was currently in the mountain of trials. The ancient seal here had an extremely strong suppressive effect on someone as powerful as him. Therefore, he could only use the strength of a 5th-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator. With this kind of strength, it was barely enough to break through the outer shell of the resentful ghost curse talisman. Lu Nantian was truly enraged when he thought about how a talented spiritual energy genius, like Zhuowen, had fallen in front of him. Coldly staring at the everlasting old man, Lu Nantian slowly walked towards the old man. An aura like that of a primordial beast burst out as he coldly said, "Everlasting old man, didn't I tell you to stop just now? Why didn't you stop? Do you not put me in your eyes?" Boom. The aura within Lu Nantian's body exploded. In an instant, countless streams of air flowed with him as the center, forming astral winds around him. There were faint signs of space distorting. Just his aura alone was already so terrifying. This Lu Nantian was indeed worthy of being the #1 expert in Wuxia County. The everlasting old man was covered in cold sweat. His throat trembled as he said, "Marquis, it's not that this old man didn't listen to your orders. It's just that this Zhuowen killed 3 geniuses of our tyrant Chu city in the dark forest. This old man couldn't swallow this kind of blood feud, so I lost my rationality and attacked." As he spoke, the everlasting old man stole a glance at the expressionless Su Chang behind Lu Nantian. He knew that Su Chang was probably going to help him out. At this moment, Su Chang's eyelids twitched. Feeling the terrifying aura and violent emotions from Lu Nantian, Su Chang knew that the importance this Lu Nantian attached to Zhuowen was beyond his expectations. Frowning slightly, Su Chang revealed a silly smile and said in a clear voice, "Brother Lu, that Zhuowen killed 3 geniuses nurtured by the everlasting old man without permission, causing Tyrant Chu City to miss the 3rd floor of the Origin Chi Tower. This enmity is quite big, so it's understandable that he lost his rationality in anger." Hearing this, the Lu Nantian's footsteps paused and he said indifferently, "It's understandable, but this everlasting old man didn't just kill Zhuowen, he also disobeyed this lord's orders. So, he can also die for me." As he spoke, the Lu Nantian took a step forward, and his aura surged to the extreme. His glass-like right hand shuttled through space and reached for the everlasting old man's neck. The everlasting old man also didn't expect that the Lu Nantian would actually attack him for Zhuowen. A trace of regret appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and took out a talisman. With a flash of light, it turned into a tortoiseshell phantom in front of him. After releasing the talisman, the everlasting old man didn't even look to see if the tortoiseshell phantom could stop the Lu Nantian. He took a step forward and rushed towards Su Chang. He knew that only Su Chang could save him now. Looking at the everlasting old man rushing towards him, Su Chang's eyelids twitched. The current situation was somewhat out of his control. He didn't expect that the Lu Nantian would want to kill Zhuowen. After all, that Zhuowen was dead for sure. It wasn't worth it to kill a dead genius. "Lord Su Chang, hurry up and save me." As he fled towards Su Chang, the everlasting old man hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Su Chang. He knew that with Su Chang's face, it was completely possible to save him. Lu Nantian would not attack Su Chang. Narrowing his eyes, Su Chang gently transmitted his voice. "Come to me. This king will protect you. The Lu Nantian won't go against our Marquis of Baichuan for Zhuowen. It's not worth it." Hearing Su Chang's transmission, the everlasting old man's eyes lit up. He knew that with Su Chang taking action, the Lu Nantian wouldn't attack him anymore. Therefore he sped up and came to Su Chang's side. When the everlasting old man arrived in front of Su Chang, his aura was somewhat chaotic. However, his eyes were filled with desire. Just as he was about to speak, a thick arm suddenly grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground. You! The everlasting old man looked at Su Chang in disbelief. He was even a little puzzled. He didn't expect Su Chang to attack him. Everlasting old man, you've done well. You can die in peace now that you've killed Zhuowen. However, don't worry. This king won't treat your Chu Ba-cheng unfairly. However, you must die, because only a dead man can keep a secret forever. Using a secret sound transmission technique, Su Chang transmitted these words to the everlasting old man's ears. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he exerted force with his right hand. A powerful force burst out, and the everlasting old man's eyes bulged as his neck was crushed by Su Chang. His head was separated from his body. Boom! At this moment, the Lu Nantian had just broken through the tortoise shell and was about to chase after the everlasting old man. However, he saw the everlasting old man's corpse and his gaze paused. Haha! Brother Lu! The everlasting old man attacked a junior in the Vitality Pagoda. It's a disgrace to let such a scum live. This Su will take the risk to get rid of him for Brother Lu. Brother Lu, you won't blame me for being a busybody, right? Su Chang clapped his hands, and a simple and honest smile appeared on his face. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, looking at the everlasting old man's decapitated corpse and Su Chang's sudden attack, the Lu Nantian frowned slightly. He felt that there was something fishy about the everlasting old man suddenly attacking Zhuowen. However, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Waving his hand, the Lu Nantian said dispiritedly, "This guy who doesn't follow the rules has been killed. It saves me the trouble of having to do it myself. Now that the white stairs to heaven has been consolidated, let's head to the 3rd floor of the Vitality Pagoda." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as LV Nanshan's words left his mouth, the restless geniuses on the platform were like a swarm of locusts that covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the white stairway. As for Zhuowen, who was trapped in the black egg, no one paid any attention to him. Chapter 502. Zhongling Mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless air-piercing sounds could be heard. Soon, the originally crowded platform became extremely deserted. LVE Tao slowly stood up at the center of the bottom of the worldly monolith and said indifferently, "Let's go too. If nothing unexpected happens, the 5 inheritances on the 4th floor should belong to the 5 of us." Upon hearing this, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi nodded their heads. Geniuses like them were participating in the Yuan Energy Tower battle precisely for the ancient inheritance on the 4th floor. As for the 3rd floor, it might be extremely difficult for others, but for the 5 of them, it was a piece of cake. Whoosh! LVE Tao stomped his foot and directly entered the white staircase. From the beginning to the end, he did not even glance at Zhuowen, who was trapped in the huge black egg. With his strength and achievements, only the other 4 great geniuses could catch his eye. Although Zhuowen was in the limelight, in his eyes, it was just a flash in the pan. He didn't treat Zhuowen as an opponent at all because in his eyes, Zhuowen wasn't even qualified to be his opponent. Following LVE Tao's departure, Luo Xing's group of 4 looked at each other and nodded. They executed their movement techniques and followed the white staircase to enter the 3rd level of the Origin Qi Tower. At this point, all the geniuses on the platform had entered the white staircase. The only one who hadn't entered was Zhuowen, who was still trapped in the black egg. On the platform, Lu Nantian and the other faction leaders silently looked at the huge black egg in the center. They sighed in their hearts. No one had expected that Zhuowen, the rising star, would fall here. Among them, Lu Nantian was the most helpless one. Originally, he planned to pay a sufficient price to get Zhuowen into the house of Marquis Qin. However, now that something like this had happened, he was afraid that Zhuowen would not be able to survive. The ancient seal on the 3rd floor of the tower is even stronger than the 2nd floor. Without an identity token, if we enter the 3rd floor, our strength will be suppressed to an extremely terrifying level. We might even suffer a backlash from the seal, so let's wait here for the result. After that, Lu Nantian waved his right hand, The sky and earth tablet that stood in the middle of the platform suddenly shattered. Countless rays of golden light shot out from the shattered tablet, filling the sky with golden light. It was as if the entire sky had been plated with a layer of gold. Soon after, everyone discovered that as the golden light flowed, a blurry image gradually appeared within it. However, as the golden light swiftly flowed, the image also became increasingly clear. In the center of the screen was a tall mountain, whose peak could not be seen. At a glance, one could only see the mountainside of the mountain. This was because above the mountainside, there was a strange black fog. Even someone as strong as Lu Nantian could not see through the fog. In front of the mountain, there was also a huge square. At the end of the square was a white staircase to heaven. At this moment, countless geniuses had already gathered in the square like a swarm of locusts. Moreover, there was an endless stream of cultivators behind them. This mountain is called Zhongling Mountain. It is a royal tier spirit treasure. It is said that it was left behind by an emperor realm expert in ancient times. It is specially used to suppress the terrifying beasts below Zhongling Mountain. Lu Nantian's voice mightily resounded between heaven and earth. Through the void, it also spread to the third floor, so the geniuses in the screen could also hear it. When Lu Nantian mentioned that Zhongling Mountain was actually a royal tier spirit treasure, a terrifying uproar suddenly erupted from the crowd. One had to know that above earthly tier spirit treasures were heavenly tier spirit treasures, and above heavenly tier spirit treasures were mighty royal tier spirit treasures. Even Lu Nantian, the #1 expert of Muqing County, did not possess such a treasure. Perhaps only the imperial family of the Qing Xian Empire could possess such a treasure. Zhongling Mountain has 1,000 staircases, and each staircase leads directly to the peak. There is a pressure in the mountain that surrounds the entire mountain. From the inside to the outside, the higher you go, the stronger the pressure is. The rules are very simple. Everyone can choose a staircase and climb it. There is no time limit. The final number of steps you have climbed will be ranked in order. The top 100 will obtain the qualifications to enter the 4th floor of the Vitality Tower. As he spoke, Lu Nantian waved his right hand. The white fog that originally lingered at the bottom of Zhongling Mountain immediately dispersed, revealing a winding path. At the end of the path were layers upon layers of stairs. Your identity token is an important item. It is the key to enter and exit the Vitality Tower. If you are unable to withstand the pressure in Zhongling Mountain, feel free to crush your identity token. At that time, you will be teleported out by the power of the Vitality Tower. Now, the trial of the 3rd floor has officially begun. If you are able to enter the 4th floor and obtain the ancient inheritance, this is your only chance. As soon as Lu Nantian's words left his mouth, there was a commotion in the square on the screen. 5 terrifying auras suddenly burst out from the square. Following that, 5 figures with powerful auras instantly chose one of the paths and directly ascended the stairs. These 5 people were the 5 geniuses, Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Qin Nia, and Zhu Qi. As the 5 geniuses took the lead and entered, the other warriors in the square went crazy. They all chose an uninhabited path and quickly entered Zhongling Mountain. At the bottom of Zhongling Mountain, as long as someone chose a path, it would basically be covered by fog again. This meant that this path had already been chosen by someone, obstructing the other warriors. Therefore, the other warriors that entered Zhongling Mountain would not take the same path. When all the warriors in the screen had entered Zhongling Mountain, the screen suddenly shattered, once again transforming into an endless golden light. The golden light frantically condensed in the air, finally transforming into a giant golden tower. The giant golden tower held up the heavens and shook the earth. It had a total of 1,000 levels, and was covered with golden words. Every level had golden words. If one looked carefully, the golden words on every level were the name of a warrior. First place, Lve Tao 105 steps. Second place, Luo Xing 95 steps. Third place, Zhu Qi 90 steps. Fourth place, Qin Batian 80 steps. Fifth place, Su Tianliang 79 steps. Sixth place, Ling Wushuang 51 steps. 105 th place, Qing Lian 30 steps. 1000 th place, Zhuoan 0 steps. although there were at least a few steps that overlapped when 1,000 warriors entered. The Golden Pagoda had the ability to automatically determine the strength of the warriors. After combining their strengths, the Golden Pagoda was able to accurately rank the warriors on the same steps. First place is indeed Lve Tao. It hasn't been long, but he's already reached 105 steps. No wonder he's the #1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin. The 5 great geniuses are indeed far ahead of the other geniuses. The difference between them and the other geniuses is quite obvious. In just a short while, the 5 of them are far ahead of the other warriors behind them. That's right. Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi are simply too strong. Out of the 1,000 geniuses, how many people can compare to these 5? I'm afraid that only Ling Tian City's #1 genius, Ling Wushuang, might be able to keep up with the 5 of them. Actually, there's one more person who's not inferior to Ling Wushuang. It's that Zhuowen. With his mental energy at the peak of the 4th grade, he's probably even stronger than Ling Wushuang. It's a pity that he died under the sneak attack of the Limitless Elder. When the people on the platform mentioned Zhuowen, they couldn't help but look towards the black egg not far away. Then they all shook their heads. They knew that Zhuowen really didn't have a chance to enter the 3rd level of the Origin Qi Tower. Perhaps he had already died. Guyu Tian's expression was extremely dispirited at this moment. He silently stared at the black egg with a bitter smile on his face. Where is this place? Why is it so dark? Slowly waking up, Zhuowen stared at the pitch-black environment around him. His face was full of confusion. He remembered that he was being chased by the Limitless Elder. After seeing the Limitless Elder use a strange black talisman, he fell into darkness. He didn't remember what happened next at all. Boy, you're in a bad situation now. Suddenly, a tired voice sounded in his ears. Turning his head, he saw Xiao He standing on his shoulder with a tired face. At this moment, Xiao He's claws were constantly releasing ink-black energy. This energy formed a black barrier around Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Zhuowen discovered that outside the black barrier, there were actually countless human faces flashing. The faces were ferocious and terrifying. They bared their fangs and mournful wails and howls constantly sounded in his ears. These are vengeful spirits. In order to kill you, the Limitless Elder even used the Vengeful Ghost Curse Talisman. This strange talisman is refined from hundreds of millions of vengeful spirits and countless yin qi. It's extremely vicious. With your strength, it's very difficult to resist the attacks of these vengeful spirits. While waving her little claws to maintain the black barrier, Xiao He's face was full of fatigue as she explained. Seeing Xiao He like this, Zhuowen also knew that it was Xiao He who blocked the attacks of these vengeful spirits for him, while he was unconscious. His face couldn't help but reveal a moved expression. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen calmly said, Xiao He, how long have I been unconscious? 2 days. These 2 days have been torture for this lord. However, the Vengeful Ghost Curse Talisman has a time limit as well. As long as you can hold on for 3 days, these vengeful spirits will disperse on their own, Xiao He said in a deep voice. Crack! A clear voice suddenly sounded while Little Black was speaking. Immediately, Zhuowen's pupil shrunk as he discovered that the surface of the black barrier around him had begun to be covered with cracks. The ferocious vengeful spirits outside had become even crazier as they tirelessly bombarded the black barrier. Kid, this lord can't hold on any longer. My origin energy is pretty much depleted. In 10 more breaths, I'll fall into a deep sleep. You can only rely on yourself for the rest. As long as you can hold on for a day, the power of the Vengeful Ghost Curse Talisman will disperse on its own, and you will be saved. Xiao He's voice became even deeper and more tired. With a swish, she turned into a black streak of light and disappeared into the depths of Zhuowen's forehead. On the other hand, Zhuowen's face was extremely grave as he fearfully stared at the countless vengeful spirits outside the barrier. Bang! Chapter 503. Immovable Wisdom King Owa. Countless vengeful spirits swarmed towards Zhuowen as if they did not care about their lives at all. At the same time, The surrounding yin qi accompanied the vengeful spirits as they rushed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen patted his storage pouch and instantly took out the boundless astral sword. At the same time, he pulled out the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear from his back and pushed the jade stone body tempering secrets to the extreme. His entire body was covered in bloody flames while his eyes turned dark gold. With a shake of his right hand, countless spear shadows rushed out and annihilated the nearby vengeful spirits. However, the vengeful spirits were too densely packed. The spear shadows alone were unable to completely block the attack of the vengeful spirits. Many vengeful spirits passed through the gaps between the spear shadows and rushed towards Zhuowen. With a cold snort, the countless sword lights around his body flickered. The vengeful spirits near him were directly blasted into pieces by the boundless astral sword. Even if the vengeful spirits broke through the defense of the boundless astral sword, the bloody flames around Zhuowen were enough to block their attacks. To be honest, these vengeful spirits were extremely weak. Zhuowen could wipe out a large number of them with a wave of his hand. However, what gave Zhuowen a headache was the yin qi that accompanied the vengeful spirits. This yin qi was like maggots in the bones and was extremely difficult to deal with. Once Zhuowen's weapon came into contact with the yin qi would adhere to the surface of the weapon and enter Zhuowen's arm through the weapon, causing Zhuowen's arm to go numb and his movements to become much slower. What a strange yin qi! Feeling the numbness in his arm, Zhuowen frowned. This yin qi was extremely troublesome. Although it didn't affect him much right now, if it accumulated, his arm might be greatly affected. Ascending dragon style. With a low roar, Zhuowen swung his arm. The tyrannical dragon scale bone spear let out a resonant dragon roar. The void shattered and a huge dragon head appeared, instantly dispersing the surrounding vengeful spirits. However, there were truly too many vengeful spirits, and they were practically innumerable. They formed a dense mass that filled one's field of vision, causing one's scalp to go numb. Time ticked by. Zhuowen had endured the countless vengeful souls for half a day. Due to the yin energy, Zhuowen's arm had gone numb, and he could not even lift it. Damn it! Zhuowen's arm stiffened slightly as countless vengeful spirits broke through the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear's defense. Fortunately, he still had the everlasting sword astral blade to hold on. Otherwise, Zhuowen would have been drowned by the endless vengeful spirits. What should we do? There's still half a day left. That's too long. I can't hold on for half a day in my current state. Xiaohei, what should I do? At this moment, Zhuowen's heart was in a mess. His voice trembled slightly. This was the first time he had felt so helpless. When he continuously called out to Xiaohei in his sea of consciousness, he was met with a long period of silence. Is she really asleep? Noticing that Xiaohei did not respond at all, Zhuowen smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself. Boom, boom, boom. Another batch of vengeful spirits broke through the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear and entered the range of the everlasting sword astral blade. Instantly, the pressure on Zhuowen became extremely great. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as his gaze became extremely anxious. Was he, Zhuowen, really going to die here? I won't die. Heaven reversing sword dance 9 consecutive styles, shatter everything for me. Gritting his teeth, Zhuowen desperately urged the everlasting sword astral blade. Instantly, the 108 swords buzzed and surrounded Zhuowen, forming a sword light domain. The vengeful spirits that approached Zhuowen were all sliced into pieces by the countless sword lights. There's only half a day left. I have to hold on. I have to hold on. The moment the surrounding sword lights appeared, the pressure on Zhuowen lessened slightly. He barely managed to block the endless vengeful spirits. However, the sword light domain seemed to be rather strenuous against such a terrifying number of vengeful spirits. It seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Hold on. There's only half a day left. Gritting his teeth, Zhuowen constantly urged the mental strength in his Naiwan palace to maintain the sword light domain around him. Time slowly passed. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. 8 hours. 10 hours. 10 hours. 10 hours. As time passed, the sword light domain constantly shrank under the vengeful spirits' relentless attacks. The sword light domain that was originally hundreds of feet wide was now only a few feet wide. Furthermore, it was still shrinking slowly. When there was still an hour left before half a day, perhaps the surrounding vengeful spirits also knew that they wouldn't be around for long. With a shrill howl, they attacked Zhuowen even more ferociously. The sword light domain shrank at a much faster speed. Kacha. Finally, the sword light domain couldn't withstand the pressure of the countless vengeful spirits. It shattered and turned into countless stars that floated around the void. Awa! Zhuowen only felt a boom in his head. He almost lost the ability to think. He could only watch the endless vengeful spirits in front of him engulf him. In an instant, Zhuowen was completely covered by the vengeful spirits. His ears were filled with ghostly wails and howls. Could it be that I'm going to die? If I can hold on for another hour, I can survive. His sigh and helpless voice slowly drifted in the darkness. Zhuowen only felt as if his body was being bitten by thousands of ants. His whole body twitched, and an inhuman pain almost filled Zhuowen's entire body. The moment Zhuowen was drowned by the countless vengeful spirits, in the depths of his sea of consciousness, the rootless golden torrent suddenly moved. The golden torrent rolled violently, and directly condensed into a golden figure. The golden figure had a very strange appearance. It had 4 heads and 8 arms, and its face was ferocious. It stepped on endless golden flames, and its 8 arms held 8 different weapons. The power of each weapon was very vast and boundless. It's the great spiritual mantra, the great bright mantra, the supreme mantra, the supreme mantra, the supreme mantra. It can get rid of all suffering. It's real. Hence the Prajna Permitha mantra. That is, the mantra is, reveal the truth, Permitha reveal the truth, Permitha reveal the truth, Permitha monk reveal the truth, Bodhisattvahi. The 8-armed golden figure chanted a series of obscure Sanskrit sounds, which looked solemn and solemn. The 8-armed golden figure stamped on the ground, and directly stepped out of Zhuowen's mind sea. As soon as it appeared in the pitch black outside, the 8-armed golden figure began to grow bigger and bigger. 3 meters, 30 meters, 300 meters, 3,000 meters. In the end, the 8-armed golden man turned into a 3,000-meter tall giant. Endless golden flames surged beneath his pillar-like feet. For a moment, the darkness of the outside world shattered under the illumination of the golden flames. The terrifying and endless vengeful spirits were directly reduced to ashes by the golden flames. Awa! The rest of the vengeful spirits seemed to be extremely afraid of the golden flames. They screamed and hid far away, trying to avoid the attack of the golden flames. However, the golden flames were too fierce and huge. They blotted out the sky and covered the sun. In an instant, the boundless darkness was completely shattered by the golden flames. The surrounding vengeful spirits were all reduced to ashes in the span of a breath, and disappeared without a trace. Zhuowen, who was originally shrouded in vengeful spirits, was finally exposed. However, at this moment, Zhuowen was in an extremely miserable state. Most of his flesh had been gnawed away by the vengeful spirits, leaving behind only ghastly white bones. He did not look like a human at all. If the golden giant had appeared a moment later, Zhuowen's bones would probably have been gnawed away. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura was extremely weak. He forced his eyes open, and stared at the enormous 8-armed golden figure in the sky. For some reason, the 8-armed golden figure gave him a sense of affinity. How can one not die without being destroyed? How can one reach nirvana without suffering? Heaven and hell are always close at hand. How can one see heaven without experiencing hell? Kid, perhaps we really are fated to come from the same place. The 8-armed golden figure stared quietly at Zhuowen below. His 8 arms rapidly formed complicated seals. Immediately, the surrounding golden flames surged over, and completely enveloped Zhuowen. As the golden flames invaded his body, Zhuowen groaned in pain. The extreme pain almost caused him to faint. However, miraculously, as the golden flames continued to burn Zhuowen's body, his almost shattered body actually began to slowly recover. Moreover, the surface of his skin was suffused with a golden glow, as if it was gilded. The 8-armed golden figure nodded slightly. He took a step forward, and turned into a golden torrent, burrowing back into the depths of Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. He became completely still. Swish! When Zhuowen's body had completely recovered, the golden flames immediately burrowed back into the center of Zhuowen's forehead, becoming a part of the golden torrent. I've recovered. Zhuowen felt like he was in a dream as he sensed the power in his body. Who is that 8-armed golden figure? He said he came from the same place as me? Could he also be from Earth? Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he recalled the 8-armed golden figure's last sentence. He thought about the history of Earth in his mind and finally locked onto a person, or rather a powerful god. Buddhism's Akalanatha? Although Zhuowen didn't believe in Buddhism, Zhuowen still knew some of the famous gods in Buddhism. The Akalanatha was very famous, and was the Buddhist god who controlled all anger. It seems like my guess was right. This Nirvana Vairocana is indeed related to Buddhism. Zhuowen muttered to himself thoughtfully after pondering for a moment. Kacha. Just as Zhuowen was immersed in his thoughts, the dark environment around him began to collapse inch by inch. 3 days had passed, and the effect of the resentful ghost's curse charm had finally disappeared completely. At this time, all the leaders on the platform didn't pay attention to the golden tower in the center. Instead, their eyes were focused on the black giant egg in a more remote location not far away. 3 days have passed, and the effect of the resentful ghost's curse charm has reached its end. I wonder if Zhuowen is still alive? Aren't you being too wishful thinking? That Zhuowen probably died without a complete corpse. After all, the spirits in the resentful ghost's curse charm are extremely ferocious. Among them, Su Chang also noticed the black egg that was about to collapse not far away. A subtle sneer flashed through his eyes. He wanted to see how Zhuowen died with his own eyes. Perhaps when the black giant egg breaks, I will only see a pile of bones. Zhuowen, this is the consequence of offending the house of Marquis of Baichuan. Su Chang muttered to himself in his heart, as he stared at the black egg with anticipation. Kacha. Chapter 504. Entering the third floor. Hiss. Gasps rang out from the platform. Soon after, the eyes of many leaders widened as they stared at the figure. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Is that Zhuowen? He's actually still alive. The power of the resentful ghost curse talisman is extremely terrifying. Even an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator with 4 wheels might die if they're trapped inside. How did Zhuowen make it through? And he doesn't seem to be injured at all. An uproar rang out from all around the platform. Everyone began to wonder how Zhuowen had made it through 3 days in the resentful ghost curse talisman. Creak. The faint smile on Su Chang's face immediately froze. He suddenly clenched his fists tightly as he stared intently at Zhuowen. His expression immediately became extremely ugly, but his heart was filled with turbulent emotions, like raging waves beating against the shore. Why isn't Zhuowen dead yet? The resentful ghost curse talisman can even trap a 4-wheel Emperor realm cultivator. So why isn't this little bastard at the 2nd wheel dead yet? Su Chang roared in his heart. In contrast to Su Chang's gloomy expression, the other 4 leaders were rather surprised. Lu Nanshan's face was filled with pleasant surprise. Zhuowen was a 4th-grade arcana master. If they could recruit him to the house of Marquis Qin, he would definitely be of great benefit to the house of Marquis Qin. Zhuowen, you're finally out. Are you all right? 2 figures rushed over from the crowd. They were Gu Yutian and Qiu Chou. The 2 of them looked at Zhuowen worriedly. Their eyes were still filled with fear. Zhuowen's heart warmed when he saw the concern in their eyes. He smiled. I'm fine. Didn't I come out in one piece? But where's that old geezer? At this point, Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He didn't want to experience the strange power of the resentful ghost curse talisman a second time. If it weren't for Xiao He and the golden torrent in his knowledge sea, Zhuowen would probably have died a tragic death. Thus, Zhuowen's hatred for the old geezer was extremely strong. Zhuowen, don't worry. The old geezer has already been dealt with. Trash like him that doesn't follow the rules should be dead. If you're still angry, I can help you eliminate Chu Baking as well. How about it? A loud laugh rang out. Lu Nantian walked over to Zhuowen. He stared at Zhuowen with his sharp eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. You've truly exceeded my expectations. You were actually able to survive for 3 days in the resentful ghost curse talisman. That's not something an ordinary person can do. Marquis Lu is too kind. I was extremely lucky to be able to come out of the resentful ghost's cursed talisman this time. There's nothing to praise. However, since the old geezer has already been dealt with by Marquis Liu, Zhuowen still needs to thank Marquis Liu? Zhuowen smiled shyly and said respectfully. Zhuowen was a little surprised that Lu Nantian treated him so politely, especially since he had actually dealt with an ultimate four-wheel emperor, like the old geezer for him. It seemed that Lu Nantian valued him quite a bit. Zhuowen knew that Lu Nantian was probably trying to recruit him. However, with Zhuowen's temperament, it was unlikely that he would join any of the forces. However, Zhuowen wasn't sure if he should join the 5 super forces. After all, Su Chong was eyeing him covetously. It seems that I'll have to wait until the end of the Origin Chi Tower battle to decide whether to join or not. At that time, I'll see what that old dog Su Chong will do. Now Zhuowen's only worry was the Marquis of Baichuan Su Chong. This person was currently an expert that he couldn't contend against. If Su Chong really wanted to deal with him, even if he joined the other forces, it would be useless. Lu Nantian shook his head and said, "That old geezer wasn't dealt with by me, but by Brother Su Chong. If you really want to thank someone, then thank Brother Su Chong." Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but be taken aback. Soon after, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the gloomy Su Chong, a trace of contemplation appearing in his eyes. In fact, the old geezer had openly attacked a genius cultivator in a place like the Mountain of Trials for no reason. Lu Nantian was a person who separated public from private interests. Once such a taboo was violated, the only thing that awaited the offender was death. In any case, the old geezer was a city lord of a super city. He held great authority and possessed extraordinary strength. Zhuowen knew that the old geezer wouldn't risk his own life to kill him. To the old geezer, this was simply not worth the loss. So now, there was only one possibility, and that was that he was being held hostage. Moreover, it was an expert who was much stronger than the old geezer. Only someone who had the courage to make the old geezer submit would have the courage to do so. Such a person was undoubtedly a giant of the 5 super forces. Thinking back to the grudge between him and Su Chong, Zhuowen also understood that the old geezer's desperate attack on him was most likely related to Su Chong. In other words, it was Su Chong who had ordered the old geezer to kill him. Killing with a borrowed knife, that old geezer Su Chong is really ruthless. However, since this old geezer wants to kill me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Since I can kill one of your sons, then I can kill your other son. Coldly glancing at Su Chong, who was not far away, Zhuowen also became ruthless in his heart. Since Su Chong intended to shed all pretense of cordiality, then he, Zhuowen, would have no scruples. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with Su Tianliang. Zhuowen, since you are safe and sound now, you should also climb the white stairs to heaven. The trial of the 3rd floor of the Vitality Tower has already begun. Lu Nantian saw that Zhuowen was a little distracted and hurriedly reminded him. At the same time, he began to repeat the introduction of Zhongling Mountain and the rules of Zhongling Mountain. Zhuowen also knew that the trial of the 3rd floor was actually climbing Zhongling Mountain. This Zhongling Mountain was extremely high, as if there was no end. The pressure inside was also more terrifying the higher one went. This trial was ranked according to the number of steps that everyone had climbed. Only the top 100 had the qualifications to enter the 4th floor. Fortunately, this trial did not have a time limit. Therefore, even if Zhuowen spent 3 days on the 2nd floor, it did not affect him much. Lu Nantian also knew of Zhuowen's strength. It should not be difficult for him to surpass others and enter the top 100. It was even possible for him to enter the top 10. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen's gaze immediately landed on the golden tower in the middle of the platform. On the golden tower, there was a list of names from highest to lowest. First place Lui Tao 1500 steps. Second place, Luo Xing 1300 steps. Third place Zhu Qi 1030 steps. Fourth place, Su Tianliang 910 steps. Fifth place Qin Batian 905 steps. Sixth place, Ling Wushuang 680 steps. 1000th place Zhuowen 0 steps. From top to bottom, When Zhuowen saw his name at the bottom of the tower, he was speechless. He did not expect that there would be a record, even though he did not enter the third floor. However, this 0 step looked a little dazzling. Zhuowen, take good care of your identity token. That represents your qualification to enter Zhongling Mountain. If you lose it, you will be disqualified. Of course, if you can't persevere in Zhongling Mountain, you only need to hold the identity token, and it will teleport you out of Zhongling Mountain. Lu Nantian said seriously. Seeing Lu Nantian so seriously explaining to him, Zhuowen was a little moved in his heart. Although Lu Nantian had the intention of recruiting him, Lu Nantian was still the #1 expert in Wuxia County. He was a supreme expert who had both glory and strength. To be able to put in so much effort for a junior like him, it made Zhuowen have a good impression of him. Thank you, Marquis Lu. Zhuowen cupped his hands and said respectfully, Then you can go directly to the third floor along the white stairway. With your strength, entering the top 100 shouldn't be a problem. Also, your identity token can also see your ranking. If you want to see your ranking, you only need to use Yuan Qi to activate your identity token. Lu Nantian laughed straightforwardly. Nodding his head, Zhuowen greeted Qiu Chou and Guyu Tian again. With a step, his entire body turned into a shadow as he went straight up the white stairway to the third floor. The white stairway was not very far. In about 2 hours, Zhuowen arrived at the end of the stairway and directly entered the entrance of the third floor of the Tower of Vitality. The place where Zhuowen was standing was a vast and boundless plaza. In front of the plaza sat a huge mountain. Looking up, Zhuowen could only see half of the mountain. As for the part above the mountain, it was shrouded in a strange black fog. It was impossible to know where the end of the mountain led to. Is this the Zhongling Mountain that Marquis Lu mentioned? I really didn't expect that such a mountain range was actually a monarch spirit treasure. It's really surprising. Lu Nantian could be said to tell Zhuowen everything he knew. He also explained the origin of Zhongling Mountain in detail, afraid that Zhuowen would not understand it at all and suffer a loss. What a familiar aura. This dragon lord actually sensed a familiar dragon aura here. There seems to be a true dragon in this mountain, a true dragon with a pure bloodline. Suddenly, a weak voice slowly sounded in his mind. Zhuowen's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, Xiao He, you're awake? You're finally awake. In fact, Zhuowen felt rather guilty about Xiao He's deep sleep. After all, Xiao He did not hesitate to exhaust her origin energy to protect him in the resentful ghost curse talisman for 2 days. This kind of life-saving grace was extremely heavy. I'm not dead yet. I've just woken up, but I've exhausted too much of my origin energy. I'm very weak now. If it weren't for the protection of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman and Wind Thunder Saint Talisman in your body, this dragon lord probably wouldn't have woken up so quickly, Xiao He said weakly. Hearing this, Zhuowen sighed lightly and said with a smile, It seems that the Saint Talisman is really very important to you. Don't worry. I'll do my best to collect the complete Saint Talisman in the future, so that you can recover as soon as possible. Chapter 505. Soaring Ranking Xiao He. You said that you felt the aura of a true dragon in Zhongling Mountain? Zhuowen was relieved when he saw that Xiao He was fine, but he soon frowned. Yes, I am from the Dragon Clan, so I am very clear about the aura of the Dragon Clan. This mountain is indeed filled with an extremely powerful aura of a true dragon. It is precisely because of this aura that the pressure of this mountain is so strong. Xiao He nodded. A true dragon? Could it be that the giant beast suppressed in Zhongling Mountain, that Marquis Lu mentioned, is a true dragon? Zhuowen's gaze became serious. A true dragon was a powerful creature that existed in legends. It was said that a true dragon was born with the strength of the fourth venerable realm. As it grew, its strength would continue to increase, and it did not need to cultivate at all. It was said that the weakest adult true dragon was comparable to an emperor realm expert. It could be said that in the era of the true dragon, the Dragon Clan was undoubtedly the overlord of the continent. However, for some unknown reason, the Dragon Clan inexplicably disappeared later on. So the human clan rose and began the brilliant ancient era. If nothing unexpected happened, It was very likely that Zhongling Mountain was suppressing a true dragon whose strength had reached the Emperor realm. Such an existence could destroy Muqing County with a wave of its hand. Even the #1 expert of Muqing County, Lu Nantian, was like an ant in the eyes of an Emperor realm expert. Although the pressure in Zhongling Mountain is emitted by the true dragon suppressed inside, you can rest assured, this true dragon's aura is very weak, and it is being suppressed by a royal tier spiritual treasure like Zhongling Mountain. It is unlikely that it will come out to stir up trouble. Xiao He analyzed logically. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He was naturally not worried about the true dragon inside. After all, Zhongling Mountain was a royal tier spiritual treasure. Such a powerful treasure would have no problem suppressing a weak true dragon. Let's go. As long as we can break into the top 100 of Zhongling Mountain, we will have the qualifications to enter the 4th level. It is said that the ancient inheritance on the 4th floor is the most precious thing in the tower. If I can obtain one, the benefits to me will be indescribable. As he recalled the allure of the ancient inheritance, Zhuowen's gaze involuntarily became somewhat heated. Every item that had been passed down from the ancient times was of the highest quality. It was something that could not be exchanged for with any amount of money or treasures. The ancient inheritances are indeed very powerful. If you can really snatch one of them, your future path of martial arts will undoubtedly become much smoother. Xiao He nodded in agreement. Whoosh! As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly turned into an illusory shadow as he rushed towards Zhongling Mountain. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Zhuowen had already arrived at the foot of Zhongling Mountain. There were countless paths leading up from the foot of the mountain, but most of the paths were shrouded in fog. Clearly, people had already entered these paths that were shrouded in fog. It was impossible for those who came later to enter this path. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen scanned the foot of the mountain for a while, and finally found a path that was not shrouded in fog. Clearly, no one had entered this path before. This is the path. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly rushed into this path. The moment he entered the path, the surrounding fog filled the air. Zhuowen discovered that the fog had blocked the path behind him. The dense fog blocked his vision, and he could not see his sides and back. Only the faintly discernible steps at the end of the path appeared in his field of vision. The surroundings were extremely quiet. It was as if Zhuowen was the only person in the world. It was especially silent and lonely. His gaze focused on the steps in front of him. Zhuowen took a deep breath and walked up the steps step by step. Boom! When Zhuowen lifted his foot and stepped onto the first step, he faintly discovered that the entire Zhongling Mountain seemed to tremble. Immediately, a surge of pressure, like a mountain pressing down on his waist, caused Zhuowen to involuntarily bend his waist. What a powerful pressure! This is only the first step, and it's already so powerful. I really don't know how terrifying the pressure from the next steps will be. After silently circulating the heaven and earth force in his body, and adapting to the terrifying pressure around him, Zhuowen began to slowly climb up the steps. Moreover, his speed became faster and faster. Within Zhongling Mountain, the surroundings were constantly shrouded in thick fog. Even if some paths were extremely close to each other, the practitioners on the two paths basically could not see each other. 3 days had already passed since the trial of Zhongling Mountain. Most of the geniuses who had entered the mountain were beginning to feel a little powerless. There were even some weaker practitioners who were lying on the steps that they could reach and began to silently rest and adjust their state of mind. After they recovered, they would attempt to climb Zhongling Mountain again. The 999th place was a genius practitioner from a high-rank city. His strength was around the initial stage of the Ultimate King realm. At this moment, when this person had climbed to the 100th step, his forehead was already covered in sweat. He was completely defeated, and all the muscles in his body had unconsciously trembled. This was a sign that he had used too much strength. I'm so tired. Isn't this Zhongling Mountain too abnormal? After reaching the 100th step, the pressure has actually reached such a terrifying level. With my strength at the initial stage of the Ultimate King realm, there's simply no way for me to advance any further. This young practitioner wiped the sweat from his forehead and simply sat down on the 100th step. There was a grumbling expression on his somewhat pale face. To him, the pressure here was like a 10,000 zhang tall mountain pressing down on his body. It was simply impossible for him to move an inch. I wonder what the rankings of the others are like. After sighing for a while, this person took out his identity token. When he saw that Lve Tao, who was in first place, had already reached the 2000th step, his face was filled with disappointment. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. This Lve Tao is truly worthy of being called the #1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin. It's only been 3 days, and he's already reached the 2000th step. This is simply an abnormal speed. Looking at the terrifying steps of the top 10 geniuses on the token, this person felt even more disappointed. Compared to these abnormal people, he felt that his self-esteem had become extremely fragile. It's fortunate that I'm not in the last place. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. However, that Zhuan is really unlucky. If he hadn't been killed by that limitless old man, I'm afraid that the last place would have been me. As he spoke, this person's face seemed to be filled with ridicule and joy. After shaking his head, his gaze once again converged on his identity token. His pupils immediately shrank, because he didn't know why. But his ranking had actually dropped from the 900th place to the 1000th place. Are you kidding me? Why did I drop 1 place? That Zhuan should already be dead. It's impossible for him to have the opportunity to appear on Zhongling Mountain. Rubbing his eyes, this young practitioner once again converged his gaze on his identity token in disbelief. When he saw that his ranking was indeed the 1000th place on the token, he was completely stunned. Seeming to have thought of something, this person hurriedly converged his gaze on his identity token. Then he slowly moved his gaze upwards. Following that, he was shocked to discover that there was a speck of light within the token that was rapidly surpassing the specks of light in front of it at an unbelievable speed. When his gaze converged on the name on the speck of light, he couldn't help but gasp because this speck of light represented Zhuan, who had already fallen all this time. This Zhuan isn't dead? He actually didn't die under the attack of limitless old man's resentful ghost curse talisman? This guy is too monstrous. His hands trembled, and he couldn't help but shiver. His heart was as complicated as a stormy sea. At this moment, the entire Zhongling Mountain was in chaos. Many people revealed expressions as if they had seen a ghost, because they also saw a speck of light within their identity tokens that was so fast that it caused their hearts to palpitate. It was constantly flying towards Zhongling Mountain. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that this speck of light was none other than Zhuan, who everyone thought had died on the 2nd floor. It can't be. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? I can actually see the light spot that represents Zhuan flying at a high speed? Are you kidding me? Could it be that this Zhuan really survived 3 days in the resentful ghost curse talisman and successfully reached the 3rd floor of the Origin Chi Tower? Heavens, this world is too crazy. The resentful ghost curse talisman is something that even an ultimate 4-wheel emperor is afraid of. This Zhuan can't even die like this? In an instant, similar words were heard from every corner of Zhongling Mountain. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, on the platform at the top of the 2nd floor of the trial, the leaders of various forces were in an uproar. Their gazes were all fixed on the giant golden tower in the center. At the bottom of the giant golden tower, the speck of light that represented Zhuan was constantly climbing up from the 1st floor of the giant golden tower at an unimaginable speed. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster. In almost a breath's time, it had crossed 5 or 6 steps. Although no one present doubted Zhuan's strength, the speed that Zhuan displayed at this moment was a little too terrifying. In a breath's time, he had crossed 5 or 6 steps. Even Lve Tao's current speed was not that fast. Zhuan, who was originally ranked 1000th, was currently climbing up the rankings at an astonishing speed. 900th, 800th, 700th, 600th, 500th. Only about an hour had passed, and Zhuan's ranking had directly risen from 1000th to 500th. This speed really shocked the leaders of many forces present. Isn't this Zhuan's speed a little too fast? Is this speed something that a peak ultimate two-wheel emperor can achieve? This is really unbelievable. Only about an hour has passed, and this Zhuan has already forced his way into the 500th place. It seems that we've been underestimating this kid all this time. Yes, this kid was able to survive 3 days in the resentful ghost curse talisman. I'm afraid he has a powerful trump card. This kid can't be underestimated. Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, Su Chang, and the other 4 leaders were all moved. This Zhuan has indeed brought us many surprises. Lu Nantian shook his head and smiled. Chapter 506. On the mountain peak, master of the meteorite, aren't you too confident in your words? Zhuan's talent is indeed not bad, but it's still difficult for him to catch up to the 5 great geniuses of Muqing County. Even after a few years, I'm afraid it's still not possible. Su Chang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He stared at Zhuan's name that kept rising on the golden tower, with an unnatural expression on his face. This child is indeed talented to be able to become a grade 4 arcana master at such a young age. Even if he's not as good as the 5 great geniuses, the gap isn't too far. The master of the meteorite glanced at Su Chang and said, "The pressure in Zhongling Mountain gets stronger the higher you go. Moreover, Zhuan is using such a fast speed from the beginning. He will only use up the strength in his body in advance and disrupt the rhythm. When he reaches a certain height, there will be many drawbacks." Su Chang shook his head. "We'll just continue watching. After all, no one knows what the result will be until the end." Lu Nantian shook his head and said indifferently. Hearing Lu Nantian's words, Su Chang and the master of the meteorite stopped talking and focused their gazes on the golden tower. Within Zhongling Mountain, mist lingered and auras rolled. The paths leading to the peak were spread out in all directions of the mountain. They were like the meridians of a human body, extending in all directions. The various warriors on the path were also desperately climbing upwards. Lve Tao was still far ahead of everyone. Above the 2000th step, Lve Tao was wearing a white robe with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, and in the depths of his eyes, there was an unconcealable pride. From the moment he entered Zhongling Mountain, he had never taken out his identity token to check the rankings of the other geniuses. This was because he knew that he would always be first. This was his own pride and self-esteem, and also the pride of being the number 1 genius in Muqing County. Step by step, Lve Tao slowly climbed up the steps, following a regular rhythm as he walked upwards. His speed didn't seem fast, but if one were to really experience it, Lve Tao's current speed was much faster than most cultivators. That was just an illusion of slowing down when one's speed reached the extreme. Raising his head slightly, Lve Tao's gaze pierced through the layers of fog. It was as if he could see the end of the fog, at the peak of the mountain, where a huge stone statue stood. He did not know the true appearance of the stone statue, but he knew that it was on Zhongling Mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a stone statue that was emitting an extremely attractive force that was constantly tempting him to move forward. Father once said that if I can reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain, I will obtain a different kind of power. In the entire Origin Chi Tower, the secrets hidden at the peak of Zhongling Mountain are no less than the ancient inheritances. As he spoke, Lve Tao suddenly paused. He raised his head and looked at the layers of fog in the sky. His eyes blurred as he muttered to himself, "What exactly is on top of that mountain?" Even Lu Hantian, the heaven's pride of his generation, couldn't forget about that thing on the summit. What could it be? As he muttered to himself, the aura on Lve Tao's body slowly grew stronger. The blurred look in his eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced by a resolute look. Stomp. Taking a step forward, Lve Tao's gaze had already become extremely resolute and unyielding as he said, "No matter what it is, I, Lve Tao, will definitely climb to the peak of the mountain and take back the record and glory that Lu Hantian did not manage to obtain." Clear and crisp footsteps firmly and unceasingly reverberated in the depths of the steps. Lve Tao's figure walked further and further into the fog. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at his identity token. because he knew that the first place would definitely be his. Even though Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi were also the 5 great geniuses, he knew how big the gap between him and the other 4 was. There was basically no doubt that he would obtain the first place. His goal was to reach the peak of the mountain. His pride had always allowed him to stand at a height that no one had ever reached. He yearned for even higher heights, and yearned to see the peak of Zhongling Mountain. He yearned to stand at the peak of the mountain, lower his head, and look down on all living things. He knew that at that time, he would discover that there was nothing in the world that he could not grasp. Above the mountain peak, a drawn-out voice slowly sounded out, and slowly dissipated like a flash in the pan. Luo Xing's graceful figure gently stepped on the ground. She welcomed the endless pressure around her, as she slowly climbed up the steps. Her jade-like arm wiped the sweat from her forehead. After the 1,000th step, the pressure of Zhongling Mountain seems to have undergone a qualitative change. Even the current me is starting to feel a little overwhelmed. Clenching her teeth, Luo Xing flipped her jade-like hand and took out her identity token. When she saw the light spot at the top of the token that was far in the lead, a trace of bitterness appeared on her pretty face. She muttered, "As expected of the number 1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin, you have already reached such a height, but your speed has not decreased at all. I finally understand the gap between you and me." The number 1 on the token, Lve Tao, had already reached the 2,000th step. Moreover, his speed had not decreased at all, and he was still ascending in an orderly manner. Luo Xing knew that Lve Tao was probably still holding back, and could not help but feel a little disappointed. At this moment, there was already a 700-step gap between her and Lve Tao. Moreover, as time passed, she knew that the gap between them would only widen, and she would even be ruthlessly left behind by Lve Tao. It's impossible to fight for the first place. Being able to obtain the second place is already not bad. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes shifted slightly, and her gaze landed on the last few people. After seeing that the gap between herself and the third place, Zhu Qi, was quite large, her heart relaxed a little. After all, Lve Tao was too abnormal. Competing with such a genius was simply asking for a snub. This is Zhuan? Suddenly, Luo Xing's gaze landed on a speck of light that was rapidly rising at the bottom of the medallion. A sliver of surprise appeared in her eyes, but when she saw the name that the speck of light represented, the surprise in her eyes was immediately replaced by shock. Wasn't Zhuan trapped by the resentful ghost curse talisman? If there were no accidents, Zhuan would be dead for sure. Now, he's actually not dead? Could it be that this guy escaped from the resentful ghost curse talisman? Her willowy eyebrows tightly knitted, and for the first time, Luo Xing began to re-examine this Zhuan. Perhaps from the beginning, she had never seen through Zhuan. To be able to get rid of the resentful ghost curse talisman, this Zhuan probably has a strong trump card. However, even if he broke the resentful ghost curse talisman, this Zhuan is probably seriously injured. Now, using such a fast speed to chase after him is simply extremely stupid. Luo Xing shook her head. In her opinion, Zhuan's fast-chasing behavior was indeed stupid. After all, at the beginning, it was the process of gradually adapting to the pressure of Zhongling Mountain. If the speed was too fast, the body would not be able to withstand it. At that time, it was likely that he would not be able to go far. After Luo Xing, the other geniuses also noticed Zhuan, and their eyes revealed a strange expression. Obviously, they had a touch of doubt and surprise about Zhuan's escape. This Zhuan is really a dog. Even the resentful ghost curse talisman can't kill this bastard. His vitality is even more tenacious than a cockroach. However, it's also good. When I reach the 4th level and completely accept the ancient inheritance, I can make a move to completely eliminate this future trouble. Su Tianliang, who was ranked 4th, was holding his identity token at this time. His face was ferocious as he panted heavily, like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. On the 500th step, Zhuan stood tall. At this time, his ranking had already reached the 325th place. From the time he entered Zhongling Mountain until now, only half a day had passed. To be able to reach the 500th step in half a day, his speed was very fast. At this time, Zhuowen frowned slightly and said doubtfully, Xiaohei, why did you suddenly ask me to stop? Kid, don't you feel that the 500th step is different from the other steps? In his mind, Xiaohei suddenly became cautious, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Different place. Hearing this, Zhuowen stopped on the 500th step, and silently felt the pressure on this step. However, what made him frown slightly was that he did not find any difference on this step. Kid, of course, you can't feel it like this. Stimulate your 5 senses, and try to feel it again. Xiaohei said again. Oh, then I'll give it a try. As he spoke, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly turned dark gold. Immediately, his gaze fell on the step under his feet. Immediately, he discovered the difference between the step under his feet. The pressure on this step seems to be much weaker than the 501st and 499th steps. At this time, Zhuowen's observation and 5 senses had reached an extreme under the fusion of his mental energy. He immediately discovered the difference between the steps under his feet. However, he was soon even more puzzled. The pressure on this step was so weak. Could it be that it was a sign of something? A dragon has a reverse scale, and it will be angry if touched. A man has a weakness, and it will be angry if touched. Although Zhongling Mountain is a royal-level spiritual treasure, and its power is vast, it naturally has a weakness. The step under your feet might be one of Zhongling Mountain's reverse-scale weaknesses. Xiaohei's voice suddenly became fluctuating, and even a little excited. Reverse-scale weakness? Does this Zhongling Mountain's weakness have anything to do with me? Zhuowen frowned slightly. You really can't be taught. Kid, why are you so stupid? A dragon's reverse scale is the most important part. It contains the dragon's essence blood. This Zhongling Mountain is a royal-level spiritual treasure. The energy in this weak part is not something that the energy of the world can compare to. After all, monarch-rank spiritual treasures contain surging spirit energy, and this spirit energy even surpasses the energy of the heavens and the earth. It's the energy of the boundless void. And this is also the reason why monarch-rank spiritual treasures are so powerful and rare. The key is the spirit energy within them. Moreover, this spiritual energy has many benefits for cultivators. Cultivators who absorb the spiritual energy will not only have their aptitude greatly improved, but their cultivation will also experience an explosive growth. It can be said that this energy is more abundant and precious than the energy of the world. It is something that many cultivators can't get even if they want it. Kid, you've really picked up a treasure. Chapter 507. Absorbing Spiritual Qi. Spiritual Qi? Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard that. He knew that the so-called spiritual energy was an even purer form of energy. It was even more abundant and pure than the energy of the world. It was a powerful energy that only existed in the void. Royal rank spirit treasures did possess spirit energy, and this was the reason why royal rank spirit treasures were rare and precious. It was mainly because spirit energy was too difficult to come by. Without spirit energy, it was impossible to craft a royal rank spirit treasure, no matter how skilled one was. Now that Xiaohei said that the steps under his feet were one of the lifelines of Zhongling Mountain, it naturally caused him to be unable to hide the excitement in his heart. Then what should I do to obtain spiritual qi? Zhuowen licked his dry lips and asked excitedly. Hehe. Of course it's to seize the spiritual qi. The power of a royal soul treasure is vast and mighty. It's not that easy to find its weakness. If it wasn't for this dragon lord's powerful divine sense, and the fact that we're inside Zhongling Mountain, I wouldn't have been able to detect the abnormality here. It's actually easy to seize the spiritual qi. You just need to break the steps under your feet, and the spiritual qi will naturally flow out. At that time, you just need to circulate your qi and absorb the spiritual qi. Xiaohei said in a serious manner. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Then, he clenched his fingers into a fist and directly smashed the limestone steps under his feet. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. The limestone steps were not damaged at all, but Zhuowen was forced back a few steps by the recoil. Rubbing his numb hand, Zhuowen looked at the limestone steps in front of him in surprise. These steps are really hard. My full strength attack actually didn't cause the slightest bit of damage to them, Zhuowen said in shock. This Zhongling Mountain is a royal soul treasure after all. How can a two-wheel ultimate emperor stage cultivator like you break it? Xiaohe laughed gloatingly. Then what should I do? If I can't break it, it's useless to me no matter how much spiritual qi there is. Zhuowen shrugged and shook his head helplessly. Sigh. Looks like you still need this dragon lord to make a move. Kid, this spiritual qi is quite beneficial to your good fortune. Make good use of it. Xiaohe muttered in her mind. She turned into a black streak of light and appeared on the stairs. She waved her little claws, and black energy turned into countless black vortexes in her palms. Bang! The black cyclone was like the toughest electric drill. It spun at high speed and directly blasted the stairs. A crisp sound rang out as the cyclone and the stairs came into contact. Then, Zhuowen discovered that the cyclone actually left a trace on the stairs. Break. Xiaohe's expression was solemn. She waved her little paw again, and the cyclone on the steps grew several times stronger. Instantly, the marks on the steps gradually expanded and finally turned into a thumb-sized hole. Wisps of blue mist-like energy slowly flowed out from the tiny hole. When Zhuowen came into contact with the wisps of blue mist-like energy, he realized that this energy was so pure and dense. It was much denser than the energy of heaven and earth. Is this spiritual energy? Zhuowen muttered to himself as a glint flashed in his eyes. Yes, this is spiritual qi. Boy, this dragon lord can only open a hole like this. If you want to open a bigger hole, even I can't do it. At this moment, Black's face was weary, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Xiaohe, are you all right? Zhuowen revealed a worried expression when he saw Xiaohe in such a state. He was clearly aware that Xiaohe had exhausted too much quintessence energy to protect him within the resentment ghost talisman, and Xiaohe hadn't fully recovered. I'm fine. This dragon lord is just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest. You should quickly absorb this spiritual qi. This spiritual qi is of great help to you. After all, you're still too weak now. You should quickly increase your strength. Xiaohe waved her hand and turned into a black ray of light. She entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows and did not say anything else. Clearly, she was going to rest and recover. Zhuowen nodded seriously. He also knew that Xiaohe was trying so hard to make him stronger. After all, there were indeed many people who were eyeing him covetously. If he did not have enough strength, he would end up in an extremely miserable state. Strength. I want to become stronger. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the 500th step. There was a thumb-sized hole at the corner of the step. Blue spiritual qi was slowly emitting from the hole, and it was all absorbed by Zhuowen's body. This spiritual qi can actually be absorbed by mental strength? When the spiritual qi was absorbed by Zhuowen's body, it split into two streams. One stream flowed along his meridians into his dantian, and the other directly entered the Naiwen Palace, in between his eyebrows. It was actually faintly strengthening the mental strength in the Naiwen Palace. Spiritual qi is an energy of a higher level than the energy of heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it's yuan power or mental strength, it has a great beneficial effect. Kid, it's best for you to use the spiritual qi to train your mental strength now. After all, your mental strength cultivation is much higher than your martial arts realm. Furthermore, as your mental strength grows, you can also use the Nirvana Vairocana to break through the apertures in your body. This is the best way to increase your strength in a short period of time. Xiaohe's voice rang out in his mind again, causing Zhuowen's eyes to sparkle. Xiaohe was right. Now that his mental strength was already at the peak of the initial 4th grade, using the spiritual qi to train his mental strength was the best choice. Furthermore, as his mental strength grew, he could use the strengthened mental strength to break through more apertures in his body. He knew that if he really cultivated the Nirvana Vairocana to the entry level, the strength of his physical body would probably not be weaker than that of an ultimate 4-wheel emperor. Closing his eyes again, Zhuowen began to guide the spiritual qi in his body into the Naiwen Palace, in between his eyebrows. Although his martial arts realm was at the peak of the ultimate two-wheel emperor realm, he only needed to absorb a certain amount of spiritual qi to advance to the ultimate three-wheel emperor realm. However, his mental strength was actually not weaker than that of an ultimate three-wheel emperor. If he continued to waste the spiritual qi on his martial arts cultivation, it would obviously delay Zhuowen's time to increase his strength in a short period of time. It was better for him to focus on increasing his mental strength and reach the entry level of the Nirvana Vairocana as soon as possible. Boom! The moment the spiritual qi entered his Naiwen palace, it immediately trembled. Immediately after, under the effect of the spiritual qi, the mental strength in his Naiwen palace seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and actually started to boil. In just 5 short breaths, Zhuowen discovered that the mental strength in his Naiwen palace had improved again. The original 100 strands of mental strength had expanded to 101 strands, and the entire Naiwen palace had become even more vast and sturdy. Break through the second aperture for me. The moment his mental strength increased, Zhuowen let out a low roar. Even more concentrated mental strength rushed into the Baihui acupoint. With the Baihui acupoint as a base, it followed the surrounding meridians and broke through the acupoint closest to the Baihui acupoint. Boom! The breakthrough of the second aperture was exceptionally smooth. The meridians below Zhuowen's eyes immediately began to fuse with his mental strength. For a moment, Zhuowen's entire body exuded a dense aura. Creak! Creak! The strange sound of bones grinding continuously came from Zhuowen's body. Extreme pain spread throughout Zhuowen's body, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, drenching his entire body. Breaking through an aperture was an extremely painful process. That kind of extreme pain could even cause a person to collapse if they did not have a certain amount of willpower. However, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that if he wanted to gain strength, he had to pay the price of sweat and sweat. I want to become stronger. Break through the third aperture for me. Looking up at the sky and groaning in pain, Zhuowen continued to use the assistance of the spiritual qi. The moment he broke through the second aperture, he began to guide his mental strength to break through the third aperture. Thousands upon thousands of accumulated pain instantly poured into his body. Even with his strong willpower, Zhuowen could not help but roar out in pain. When Zhuowen stopped at the 500th step and used the spiritual qi to break through the apertures in his body, on the platform at the top of the second level of the Vitality Tower, many of the spectating faction leaders were astonished. This was because they realized that Zhuowen, who had been rapidly ascending Zhongling Mountain like a hot knife through butter, had suddenly stopped. More than an hour had passed, and Zhuowen was still standing there motionless. At this time, the information that represented Zhuowen in the giant golden tower had stopped at the 325th step from the top of the giant tower. 325th place, Zhuowen 500th step. What's wrong with this Zhuowen? Why did he suddenly stop at the 500th step? Could it be that he can't move anymore? However, with this Zhuowen's strength, he shouldn't only be ranked 325th, right? You have to know that this kid was previously trapped in the resentful ghost curse talisman. I'm afraid that he has spent too much energy in there for 3 days. After entering Zhongling Mountain, he rushed so fiercely at the beginning. I'm afraid that he is already exhausted. The sound of discussion was endless on the platform. Some of the faction leaders who were originally expecting Zhuowen to perform well shook their heads at this time, not hiding the disappointment in their eyes. It looks like there's no hope for Zhuowen to enter the top 100. I'm afraid that this kid doesn't have much energy left in his body. This 325th place should be his limit. Su Chong grinned. Lu Nantian frowned when he heard this. He realized that Su Chong seemed to be deliberately targeting Zhuowen. Although Su Chang's performance was not very obvious, an expert like Lu Nantian had extremely strong perception. He could feel the hostility towards Zhuowen from Su Chong. But what's wrong with this Zhuowen? After escaping from the resentful ghost curse talisman, I had already checked his body and didn't find any injuries at all. This Zhuowen's strength should still be at its peak. With this kid's strength, he shouldn't just stop at the 500th step. Chapter 508. The enraged artifact spirit. The bright moon hung in the sky, and the stars shone brightly. The night of Zhongling Mountain was exceptionally cold and lonely. Although there was a bright moon above the dense fog, it appeared hazy and distant under the cover of the fog. Roar! Roar! The invisible sound wave spread throughout the entire Zhongling Mountain. It was as though it had substance, causing the enormous Zhongling Mountain to tremble. The pressure within the mountain was actually many times stronger than during the day under the influence of this beast roar. This Zhongling Mountain is really strange. At night the pressure becomes so terrifying. It's much stronger than during the day. Looks like it's best not to walk at night. Qin Batian, who was ranked 5th, started to tremble under the pressure of the night. At this moment, he had already reached the 105th step, and was already somewhat fatigued. Now that the pressure of the night had increased by several folds, Qin Batian was naturally unable to withstand it. Plop! Sitting on the steps, Qin Batian panted heavily as he grumbled in dissatisfaction. Damn it! This Su Tianliang is really going all out. Every time, he's 10 steps higher than me. Looking at the number of steps of Su Tianliang, who was ranked 4th, Qin Batian was instantly unhappy. Originally, he was ranked 4th, but for some unknown reason, he was suddenly surpassed by Su Tianliang. Furthermore, no matter how hard he tried to catch up, Su Tianliang would always be 10 steps higher than him. This result caused Qin Batian to grit his teeth. One must know that in terms of strength, Qin Batian did not lose to Su Tianliang. Now that his ranking was lower than the former, with Qin Batian's pride, he naturally could not bear it. At this moment, Su Tianliang had also stopped at the 105th step. Clearly, he did not intend to walk at night. After all, the pressure during the night was much more terrifying. Continuing to climb up was undoubtedly foolish. When night fell, all the warriors on Zhongling Mountain stopped moving. They all planned to consolidate their cultivation on this night, where the pressure was multiplied. Some warriors with good perception even broke through under the pressure. Of course, such cases of sudden breakthroughs were naturally very rare. However, it was not like most cultivators did not gain anything. Under the effect of the pressure, their strength had an invisible increase. Luo Xing and Zhu Qi have also stopped. It seems that they have also felt the pressure of traveling at night. After skimming past Su Tianliang's name, Qin Batian's gaze landed on the top 2 names, Luo Xing and Zhu Qi. Lightly sighing, he had thought that the 2 of them would still travel at night like they did a few days ago. If that was the case, the gap between them would be greatly widened. However, when Qin Batian's gaze landed on the first name, a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He shook his head and said, "Lve Tao is really strong and willing to go all out. Even at night, he is still moving steadily up Zhongling Mountain. I really don't know what his limit is." Lve Tao was indeed arrogant enough, even somewhat conceited. For the past 4 days, Lve Tao had not stopped at all. Regardless of whether it was day or night, he had always walked towards the peak of Zhongling Mountain in a very regular manner. At the beginning, the other 4 geniuses naturally did not want to be outdone. They followed Lve Tao and continued to climb Zhongling Mountain. This was also the reason why the 5 geniuses had pulled apart such a large distance from the rest of the geniuses. However, as the pressure on Zhongling Mountain became increasingly terrifying, Su Tianliang and Qin Batian gave up on traveling at night after a day. They were very clear that if they continued to follow Lve Tao, they would probably be eliminated by the pressure in advance. 2 days later, Zhu Qi also gave up on traveling at night. 3 days later, even Luo Xing gave up on this action. However, it was now the 4th day, and Lve Tao was still moving alone. He simply did not place the pressure in his eyes, as he continued to climb towards the peak, without stopping for a single moment. Such courage and strength had practically caused the other 4 geniuses to feel despair. They finally knew how unfathomable Lve Tao's strength was. At this moment, the gap between them and Lve Tao was extremely obvious. Sigh! What a monster! Lve Tao is already nearing the 2000th step. The pressure in that place is who knows how many times more terrifying than mine. To think that he can still continue to advance at night. Looking at the first light that was so far ahead in his identity token, Qin Batian really had the urge to curse in his heart. Forget about that monster Lve Tao. I'd better concentrate on resting and recuperating. Let's see if I can surpass that damned Su Tianliang tomorrow. I'll already be very satisfied if I can surpass Su Tianliang. After muttering a few more words, Qin Batian no longer spoke any more nonsense. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the steps and silently recuperated, properly preparing for tomorrow's journey. Within Zhongling Mountain, aside from Lve Tao, all the other cultivators had already sat on their respective steps to recuperate. However, when they saw that Lve Tao in the identity token was still climbing in the night, it naturally caused quite an uproar. The pitch-black night was lonely and lonely. Under the hazy fog, the vast starry sky appeared bright and misty, mysterious and distant. On the 500th step, Zhuowen sat cross-legged, his entire body emitting a strange golden light. If one looked carefully, the tracks of the golden light were like the meridians in Zhuowen's body, covering his entire body. This was an image produced by the combination of mental energy and meridians. Countless explosions continuously surged out from Zhuowen's body, as if countless bombs were exploding at the same time. It was extremely deafening. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Slow and steady breaths constantly emitted from Zhuowen's nose. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen's pupils were practically dyed with a dazzling golden light. It was much more dazzling than the previous dark golden light. Boom! A powerful and terrifying aura suddenly surged out from his body, directly covering Zhuowen's countless meridians in a golden light. In an instant, Zhuowen's entire body had turned into a golden man, appearing extremely dazzling and vast in the pitch-black night. In a day's time, I've broken through 90 meridians in my body. Now I feel that my body is filled with boundless energy. This energy seems to be able to split mountains and split seas. Looking at the densely packed golden meridians in his hands, Zhuowen smiled, then raised his head to the sky and laughed heartily. Just by breaking through 90 meridians in his body, Zhuowen discovered that his strength had increased by so much. Just based on the strength of his body, he was probably able to withstand the full force attack of 3 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Kid, with the strength of your body, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pry open the steps below. There's still a lot of spirit chi here. You've only absorbed a small portion in a day. Xiaohe suddenly spoke in his mind. Nodding fiercely, Zhuowen was filled with pride at this moment. He suddenly felt that this feeling of possessing great power was really wonderful. Only with enough strength could one grasp one's fate in one's own hands. Boom! His right hand, which was covered in golden meridians, formed a claw. His index finger and middle finger joined together to form a sword as he fiercely pressed them into the thumb-sized hole on the steps. With a low shout, countless rays of golden light burst forth, and a powerful energy flowed through the golden meridians and gathered in Zhuowen's fingers. Bang! The originally indestructible steps below had been torn apart by Zhuowen. The thumb-sized hole had now become a palm-sized hole. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the palm-sized hole formed, countless wisps of blue mist-like spirit chi instantly gushed out at an astonishing speed. Zhuowen stomped his foot and waved his right hand. Instantly, the gushing spirit chi endlessly flowed into Zhuowen's body. At an astonishing speed, the spirit chi transformed into powerful mental strength in his Naiwen Palace, and the powerful mental strength spread throughout his meridians and acupoints. 91st acupoint, break it for me. The mental strength surged through Zhuowen's body like a hurricane. In an instant, it had broken through the 91st acupoint, and the golden meridians on the surface of Zhuowen's body became even more solid and dazzling. After breaking through the 91st acupoint, Zhuowen did not hesitate to use the endless stream of spirit chi to break through the next acupoints one by one. 92, 93, 94, 105, 110. Zhuowen couldn't help but let out a long howl as he felt the acupoints in his body being continuously broken open and the feeling of being filled with power. This kind of power growth that could be seen with the naked eye seemed so wonderful at this moment. It's still not enough. I still need more spirit chi. With a loud roar, Zhuowen's right hand, which was covered in a golden glow, slammed down. In an instant, the entire staircase under his feet was shattered into pieces. The gushing spirit qi became even more ferocious at this moment. It was like a landslide or a tsunami as it poured into Zhuowen's body, without any regard for its life. 110, 120, 130, 140, 150. When Zhuowen broke through the 150th acupoint, Zhong Lingshan seemed to feel the loss of spirit qi in his body. The incomparably huge body of the mountain shook violently. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains collapsed. A powerful force gushed out from the broken staircase and heavily slammed into Zhuowen's body, who was constantly absorbing spirit qi. Zhuowen seemed to have sensed something as he clenched his fists. Golden light flickered and meridians covered his body as he directly smashed into this force. Zhuowen groaned and took a few steps back. However, the powerful force also caused this strange force to retreat into the gap between the stairs. As soon as this force retreated into the gap, the spirit qi that was originally gushing out immediately drilled back into Zhong Lingshan. In an instant, the spirit qi around Zhuowen completely disappeared. Feeling the instant disappearance of the spirit qi, Zhuowen could not help but be dumbfounded. You've absorbed too much spirit qi. The artifact spirit of Zhong Lingshan has already sensed the abnormality here, so it took the initiative to withdraw the spirit qi that was gushing out. Xiaohe suddenly said. Zhuowen was speechless. At this moment, Zhong Lingshan trembled once again. Moreover, as it continued to tremble, it faintly emitted a trace of anger and sorrow, as if someone had taken away its beloved object. Chapter 509. The light representing Zhuowen. Boom, 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 boom. The earth-shattering tremors resounded throughout the entire Zhongling mountain. All the cultivators in the mountain stood up one after another, their faces filled with solemnity and doubt. What's going on? Why is Zhongling mountain suddenly shaking? This kind of thing has never happened in the previous years. Luo Xing, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the steps, stood up with a swoosh. Her pretty face was filled with doubt and disbelief. The intensity of the tremors caused even her to feel a little apprehensive. At the same time, Zhu Qi, Su Tianliang and Qin Batian also stood up with astonishment on their faces. Feeling the intense tremors of the mountain, their expressions were not much better than Luo Xing's. The instant the mountain trembled, Lve Tao, who was dressed in white and wearing an indifferent expression, silently walked up the stairs in the pitch-black night. Suddenly, his footsteps came to a halt. Tremors? What's happening to Zhongling mountain? Slightly raising his head, Lve Tao's sharp gaze pierced through the layers of fog and observed the trembling Zhongling mountain. However, after observing for a long time, Lve Tao's brows furrowed even deeper. In fact, when everyone stopped to feel the abnormality of Zhongling mountain, they did not notice that in this lonely and dark night, there was a figure rapidly climbing Zhongling mountain. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. At this moment, Zhuowen could be considered to be in a rather sorry state. This was because after the spiritual qi was recalled back into the mountain by the artifact spirit, an even more terrifying power surged out from the cracks of the steps. It was like a huge hand that covered the sky, directly slapping towards Zhuowen. This power was vast and mighty, and its aura was like a rainbow. Zhuowen could tell with a single glance that it wasn't something he could contend against right now, so he immediately fled. This was also the reason why Zhuowen's strength had risen so quickly. Thunder Snake Wings, Thunder Flood Dragon Wings activate. Zhuowen's heart almost jumped out of his chest when he saw the force behind him. He immediately activated the Thunderous Serpent Wings and Thunderous Flood Dragon Wings. With the speed of the two pairs of thunderous wings, Zhuowen instantly shook off the force behind him. Although the pressure at night on Zhongling Mountain was several times more terrifying than during the day, Zhuowen's physical strength had reached an unprecedented level. With the help of spiritual energy, he had opened 150 acupoints in his body. Just the strength of his physical body alone was no longer afraid of the pressure below 1,000 steps. When Zhuowen reached the 800th step, Zhuowen finally felt that the pressure in the surroundings was already exerting a great pressure on him. He frowned and had no choice but to slow down a little. I ran 300 steps all of a sudden. That force shouldn't be chasing me anymore, right? Slightly out of breath, Zhuowen sat down on the steps and muttered to himself. Brat, you'd better run. That power is coming after you again. It's less than 100 steps away from you now. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Damn it! Why is the artifact spirit of Zhongling Mountain so stingy? Is it just a little bit of spiritual energy? Is there a need to be so serious? After cursing loudly, Zhuowen's heart was full of helplessness. He had no choice but to gather his energy again and begin to climb up Zhongling Mountain quickly. Roar! 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 The roar of a ferocious beast constantly came from behind Zhuowen, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Zhuowen knew that the force would soon catch up with him. Only 50 steps away from you. Xiao Hei's voice reminded him at the right time. Zhuowen's heart also tightened. He had no choice but to rush up desperately. However, as the steps continued to increase, the pressure naturally increased by several times. Even though Zhuowen's physical strength had increased a lot, he was still a little tired, and his speed was getting slower and slower. The force behind him that was like the roar of a wild beast was also constantly approaching Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen's heart to palpitate. This was the power of a royal spiritual treasure. If he was hit, he would definitely die. 50 steps, 40 steps, 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. When the force behind him was only 5 steps away from Zhuowen, Zhuowen could even clearly feel the terrifying power emitted by the force behind him. A wisp of residual power swept past Zhuowen's face like a strong force, immediately leaving a bloody scar on the right side of his face. Cherry-red blood slowly flowed out from the wound, causing Zhuowen to look ferocious and cold at this time. Damn it! Why is it still chasing me? Am I going to die like this? Feeling the piercing pain on his cheek, Zhuowen's pupils shrank into needles. Under the threat of death, Zhuowen's speed actually increased by a lot. When Zhuowen and the force behind him were engaged in a life-and-death battle, the leaders of the various forces on the platform at the top of the mountain burst into an uproar. Everyone's eyes were slightly bulging as they stared fixedly at the name that was constantly rising in the Golden Tower. This name was Zhuowen. What's going on with this Zhuowen? During the day, there was no movement at all. Now that night has fallen, why is he running so fiercely? Doesn't he know that the pressure of Zhongling Mountain will increase several times at night? But this Zhuowen's speed is really fast. To be able to reach such a speed in Zhongling Mountain at night, this is not something an ordinary person can do. Look, this Zhuowen has already entered the top 100, and is now rushing towards the top 50. Fuck, what kind of speed is this? It has only been a breath's time, and he has already entered the top 90? The entire platform was in an uproar. Naturally, they didn't care about the top 100. Even if Zhuowen entered the top 100, these leaders wouldn't be too surprised. But now, Zhuowen's climbing speed was truly shocking. In just a breath's time, this child had directly jumped 10 ranks and entered the top 90. Even LVE Tao hadn't achieved such a terrifying speed back then. How did this Zhuowen do it? Whether it was the city lord on the platform, or the leaders of the 5 major forces, including Lu Nantian, they all stared blankly at the light that represented Zhuowen on the Golden Tower. It was refreshing the rankings at an unbelievable speed. Look, this Zhuowen has entered the top 50. It has only been a quarter of an hour, and this kid has already entered the top 50. Is this going to defy the heavens? Once again, a somewhat painful voice sounded out from the crowd. Immediately, the leaders of the various forces naturally saw the constantly rising light dot, and their hearts were no different from the pain in their balls. What's going on with this Zhuowen? During the day, he had been stuck at the 500th step. When night fell, he started to climb as if his life depended on it. Su Chong frowned slightly. He was faintly unhappy with Zhuowen, who was currently in the limelight. After all, the grudge between him and this Zhuowen wasn't simple. Naturally, he didn't want this enemy of his to be in the limelight. Walking at night is actually a stupid act. When the time comes, This little bastard will only exhaust his physical strength in advance. At that time, his result will only be in the top 50. Su Chong sneered, and casually found a reasonable excuse to hide the faint discomfort in his heart. Look, this Zhuowen's speed is actually faster than before. Heavens! Is this going to defy the heavens? This kid has actually entered the top 10. When this sentence suddenly sounded out on the platform, it was like a stone falling into water. Countless ripples spread out in the surroundings. Following which, a stormy uproar resounded throughout the entire platform. Everyone's gaze shifted slightly and landed on the top 10 levels of the Golden Tower. Sure enough, Zhuowen's name appeared at the 10th position. Immediately, countless gasps sounded one after another. The cold smile on Su Chang's face completely froze at this moment. His pupils shrunk as he looked at the name at the 10th position on the Golden Tower. Finally, a shocked expression appeared on his face. How could this Zhuowen increase his speed? Clearly, the higher the height in Zhongling Mountain, the more terrifying the pressure is. How could this fellow increase his speed instead? The uproar was like a tsunami that raged across the entire platform. Everyone looked as though they had seen a ghost, as they looked at the name at the 10th position on the Golden Tower. Many people even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. One after another, they rubbed their eyes and looked again. Only then did they realize that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them. When they saw that the name at the 10th position was indeed Zhuowen, everyone felt as though they had fallen into a dream. One had to know that a moment ago, this Zhuowen was still around the 325th position. However, at this moment, he had actually valiantly charged into the top 10. Furthermore, this entire process had only taken less than half an incense stick's worth of time. The trembling of Zhongling Mountain did not stop. Instead, it showed signs of becoming more and more intense. All the warriors were anxious as they guessed the reason for the strange situation in Zhongling Mountain. Tu Ta was the #1 genius in the super city, Zeta City. His strength was already at the peak of the ultimate second wheel emperor level. Before this, he had always occupied the 10th position on Zhongling Mountain. Actually, he was already quite satisfied to be able to enter the top 10. After all, the 9 people in front of him were frighteningly abnormal. He did not have the courage to try and provoke those geniuses. What a strange Zhongling Mountain. It's so late at night, yet something like this has happened. Can't people rest peacefully? Tu Ta grumbled unhappily as he felt the trembling of the mountain. Then he took out his identity token. He wanted to see just how far away he was from the 9th position. Although he did not have much ambition, if he could surpass the 9th position, he would be able to bring glory to Zeta City. When the time came, the city lord of Zeta City would reward him greatly. Just as Tu Ta's imagination was running wild, his gaze landed on the name on his identity token. Following that, his face froze and his eyes widened. When did I become the 11th position? Wasn't I the 10th position? Tu Ta thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the token again. His name had indeed been pushed down to the 11th position. When his gaze moved up and landed on the 10th position, he was stunned again. This was because the name at the 10th position was extremely unfamiliar to him. It was Zhuowen. Is that the genius Zhuowen from the low-level city, Rattan Armor City? Wasn't he killed by the vengeful ghost curse talisman? Chapter 510. The top 10-inch heavens. Zhuowen has actually entered the top 10? How is he so fast? This speed. I clearly remember that this kid had already stopped at the 500th step before nightfall, and was ranked around 325th. How did he enter the top 10 in the blink of an eye? Zhuowen must have continuously climbed after nightfall. That's why he was able to surpass so many practitioners and enter the top 10 so quickly. On the countless stairs within Zhongling Mountain, the other genius practitioners finally noticed the strange light, that was Zhuowen. In a short period of time, he had leapt from the 150th rank to the top 10. This speed had truly caused many people's jaws to drop. Zhuowen's unique climbing speed had finally attracted the attention of the other 4 geniuses, with the exception of Lve Tao. How did Zhuowen's speed become so fast? He's actually already entered the top 10, and has already reached the 900th step? Seated on the 105th step, Qin Batian finally sensed that something was amiss. He looked at the light that represented Zhuowen in his identity badge. At this moment, he had actually entered the top 10 so quickly, and a sliver of danger rose in his heart. This little bastard actually didn't die? Fourth place Su Tianliang's eyes flickered as his heart was filled with astonishment. In his opinion, Zhuowen, who was originally dead for sure, had actually appeared in the top 10 alive. One could imagine how he was feeling in his heart. Third place Zhuowen's eyelids only twitched slightly as his somewhat scarlet eyes coldly glanced at 10th place Zhuowen. He once again sat down on the stairs. In his heart, he only had two opponents, Lve Tao and Luo Xing. Zhuowen's performance was indeed dazzling. But in his opinion, it was simply not enough. After all, Zhuowen was only at the peak of the ultimate second-wheel emperor stage. Such a cultivation was merely a clown in his eyes. Therefore, he believed that 10th place should be Zhuowen's limit. Second place Luo Xing's beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated expression as she helplessly shook her head and muttered to herself, "This Zhuowen is simply messing around. To think that he actually charged so fiercely after nightfall. This will undoubtedly exhaust too much of his strength in advance." As she spoke, Luo Xing no longer paid any attention to Zhuowen. In her opinion, Zhuowen's actions were merely sensationalism. While everyone was guessing Zhuowen's unique actions, Zhuowen was desperately escaping on the stairs. The higher he climbed, the more terrifying the pressure on Zhuowen became. Why is it still not letting me go? Don't tell me it doesn't get tired? Zhuowen's heart turned cold as he sensed the approaching pressure behind him. Zhuowen. Xiaohei, what should I do? The pressure here is getting more and more terrifying. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to maintain my speed. If I slow down, I will definitely die. Zhuowen's heart was filled with despair as he hurriedly asked for help from Xiaohei. Boy, you have to hold on. It's impossible for the artifact spirit of Zhongling Mountain to keep chasing you. After all, there's an extremely powerful true dragon suppressed under Zhongling Mountain. It's impossible for it to waste too much energy on you, Xiaohei suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen also knew that Xiaohei did not have many solutions. The only thing he could do now was to try his best to hold on and gamble that the artifact spirit would not lose everything because of him. Damn it! How can I die here? I still have a lot of things to do. With a low roar, Zhuowen let out an inhuman roar from his throat. Then, the surface of Zhuowen's body emitted an even more dazzling golden light. At the same time, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The aura on Zhuowen's body had reached an even more terrifying level. In the sea of consciousness, Xiaohei looked at Zhuowen, who was covered in golden light, in amazement. She could not help but exclaim, "This boy actually managed to open the 151st aperture in the face of death just now. The strength of his body has increased by several times." Roar! 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 A beast-like roar suddenly resounded in his ears. A large gray hand appeared above Zhuowen's head at this time, and slammed down violently. It wanted to kill Zhuowen directly. Just as the gray hand was about to slam down, Zhuowen's entire body flickered with a golden light. His speed actually doubled, and he actually managed to pull away from the gray hand in an instant. As for the gray hand that was about to slam down, it only slammed into the stairs behind him. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The stairs behind him were directly shattered into powder, and dust filled the air. Roar! 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 A heart-wrenching roar suddenly resounded behind him. Then the force seemed to be afraid of something. After the attack missed, it retreated like a tide. Huff! Huff! The sound of rapid breathing could be heard. Feeling the threat behind him recede, Zhuowen finally revealed a relaxed smile, and sat down on the ground. Xiaohei, what you said is really accurate. The weapon spirit of Zhongling Mountain really has some scruples, and does not dare to chase for too long. It seems that the true dragon suppressed under Zhongling Mountain is very powerful. Otherwise, the weapon spirit would not have given up on me, Zhuowen said with a smile. Boy, don't misunderstand. I am also a little confused about why the weapon spirit retreated. Wasn't the reason why I said that at that time, so that you could work harder? Otherwise, why would you try so hard to escape? Xiaohei laughed and said awkwardly, Unknowingly, Zhuowen realized that he had already reached more than 900 steps, and was now ranked 10th. Even Zhuowen was a little stunned at such a speed. One had to know that he had been chased by the force behind him the entire time. He had no time to think about his ranking and speed. He was only focused on escaping. Xiaohei, you said before that there is more than one weakness in Zhongling Mountain. In other words, there is also the same spiritual energy as the 500th step on the other steps? Zhuowen suddenly asked. It should be. This Zhongling Mountain is extremely huge, and the spiritual energy contained within it is very abundant. The larger the size, the more weaknesses there will naturally be. Perhaps the second weakness is on the 1000th step? Xiaohei analyzed seriously. It was an antique that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, it had seen many treasures like royal rank soul treasures. Its knowledge was much greater than Zhuowen's. If that's the case, maybe I can open 365 acupoints in advance in Zhongling Mountain and reach the entry level of the Great Nirvana Sun. Hearing this, Zhuowen said excitedly, even so, you have to be careful. The next time you absorb spiritual energy, don't absorb too much. Just like this time, you angered the weapon spirit. You only need to absorb a small portion. After all, this Zhongling Mountain is extremely high. If you absorb a small portion every 500 steps, it will accumulate quite a bit. Xiaohei suddenly reminded him cautiously. Zhuowen nodded seriously. After suffering such a huge loss, and almost losing his life, Zhuowen naturally did not dare to absorb too much spiritual energy. Let's see if the 1000th step is also one of the weaknesses of Zhongling Mountain. If it is, then according to this pattern, my Great Nirvana Sun really has hope to reach the entry level. As he spoke, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. His gaze stared at the steps in front of him, and became extremely passionate. Perhaps these steps were difficult for others, but to Zhuowen, who tempered his body, it was a kind of training in disguise. Although this kind of training was not very obvious, it did exist. Dang dang dang. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed on the steps again. At this time, the night had still not faded, but Zhuowen was indeed firmly and passionately walking towards the 1000th step. He really wanted to verify his and Xiaohei's conjecture. There was still a weakness on the 1000th step, and there was still rich spiritual energy at the bottom of the steps. If there was, this Zhongling Mountain would be Zhuowen's good fortune. 960 steps. 970 steps. 980 steps. 990 steps. Boom boom boom. Countless pressure formed an invisible pressure around Zhuowen's body. It was like a spiral whirlwind that directly pressed down on his body. Even at this time, Zhuowen's body was somewhat swaying, as if he was on the verge of collapse. What a terrifying pressure. Only the 10th step is left. Step over it for me. With a low shout, Zhuowen suddenly stepped on the 991st step. Instantly, countless pressure pressed down on Zhuowen's somewhat thin body like a tide, and the dense sound of bones exploding continuously rang out. Poochie! A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out, and the surface of Zhuowen's body almost burst into a bloody mist. He almost fell backwards, but Zhuowen was unyielding. With a loud shout, his body suddenly erupted with an intense golden light, and the golden light on the surface of his body became even more dazzling. I've opened the 152nd aperture. This pressure really has an extraordinary effect on the Great Nirvana Sun. In the sea of consciousness, Xiaohei also felt the sudden surge of aura in Zhuowen's body, and sighed softly as she muttered, boom! In the end, Zhuowen stepped on the 991st step. In an instant, countless pressure spiraled around the surface of Zhuowen's body. Tap tap tap. The moment he stepped on the 991st step, Zhuowen's expression was solemn. His feet were like the wind, and he easily crossed the next 9 steps, directly reaching the 1000th step. One had to know that every time Zhuowen opened an aperture in his body, the strength of his body would increase by a lot. After opening the 152nd aperture, the pressure of the remaining 9 steps did not have much effect on him. When Zhuowen finally stood on the 1000th step, his face froze for a moment before he smiled. His smile slowly bloomed, and he finally laughed out loud. Because the pressure on the 1000th step was indeed much weaker than the surrounding steps. It meant that this step was the same as the 500th step, a weak point of Zhongling Mountain. And the moment Zhuowen stepped on the 1000th step, on the golden tower that sat on the platform at the top of the mountain, Zhuowen's ranking finally rose from 10th to 6th, only 5 steps away from Qin Batian. Chapter 511. 6th place, 6th place. Everyone on the platform stared at the golden tower in a daze. Although no one had any doubts about Zhuowen's strength, they didn't think that it was possible for Zhuowen to reach the 6th place. As for Zhuowen being able to reach the 6th rank, no one found it strange. However, Zhuowen had jumped from the 150th rank to the 6th rank when the pressure was at its strongest when night fell on Zhongling Mountain. Such speed and method was the reason why everyone found it inconceivable. Some people even thought that there was something wrong with their eyes. Such abnormal speed had greatly exceeded their expectations. Zhuowen has stopped at the 1000th step. It seems that this is his limit. After all, this kid's rise during the night was a bit too fierce, so he should stop and rest. Zhuowen's strength seems to be beyond our expectations. If this kid climbed during the day, he might be able to compete for the top 3. But now, he has exhausted too much of his strength during the night. I'm afraid his final result won't be much higher than the 1000th step. When they saw that Zhuowen had finally stopped at the 1000th step, many sighs of regret sounded out from the platform. They all knew that Zhuowen was able to climb to the 1000th step at night. If it was during the day, his result would be even better. But now that Zhuowen had stopped, his limit should be around the 1000th step. Therefore, many people felt that it was a pity that Zhuowen had wasted too much energy during the night when the pressure was much stronger. It wasn't worth it. Lu Nantian nodded with satisfaction. The more he looked at Zhuowen, the more he liked him. Whether it was strength or talent, this kid was comparable to the top geniuses of the 5 super forces. Moreover, he was very young. If he was carefully nurtured, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. After the Origin Qi Tower ends, no matter what price I have to pay, I will definitely pull Zhuowen into the house of Marquis Qin. At the very least, I need to build a good relationship with Zhuowen. He will definitely become one of the main figures in the War of the 9 Counties. Lu Nantian's eyes lit up. In fact, he didn't care too much about who won the Vitality Tower competition, because he knew very well that the Vitality Tower competition was only a means to select the geniuses of Muqin County. Lu Nantian's ultimate goal was the upcoming Great Battle of the 9 Countries. During the Great Battle of the 9 Countries, not only would the Qing Emperor ranking list be rearranged, but the top 3 countries would also be selected. If Muqin County could enter the top 3, the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, Great Emperor Qing, would probably reward them with a lot of resources, which would be very beneficial for the development of Muqin County. It was precisely because of the Battle of the 9 Countries that Lu Nantian had a strong desire for outstanding geniuses. If a peerless genius like Lve Tao could appear in the Battle of the 9 Countries this time, Muqin Marquis Mansion would have a 90% chance of winning the Battle of the 9 Countries. It was a pity that a peerless genius like Lve Tao couldn't be created just by relying on resources. It should be known that Luo Xing of the Jade Lady Star Court was already extremely talented, but the gap between her and Lve Tao was still very large. On Zhongling Mountain, when Zhuowen's ranking soared to the 6th place, Qin Batian and Su Tianliang, who were originally ranked 5th and 4th, felt something. They took out their identity tokens and immediately saw Zhuowen's light spot behind them. Motherfucker! What's wrong with this Zhuowen? When did he reach the 1000th step? Is there only a gap of 5 steps between us? Qin Batian, who was sitting cross-legged on the 1000th and 5th step, suddenly couldn't stay calm. Like a mad tiger, he suddenly jumped up and his face was filled with disbelief. Although Zhuowen's climbing speed had indeed attracted his attention, at that time, Zhuowen's number of steps wasn't very high. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. He only felt that there was something wrong with this Zhuowen's brain. How could he climb Zhongling Mountain at night? However, he didn't think so anymore. The long night was only half over. And this Zhuowen had actually reached the 1000th step unknowingly. This speed really shocked him. Isn't this Zhuowen only at the peak of the ultimate emperor stage? How could he climb to such a height at night? No, I definitely can't let this brat surpass me. Otherwise, I'll definitely be beaten to death by my father. At this moment, Qin Batian was like an ant on a hot pan. If he was overtaken by Lve Tao, Su Tianliang and the other 4 geniuses, he wouldn't have any objections. After all, he was one of the weaker ones among the 5 geniuses, and it wouldn't be shameful for him to be overtaken by them. However, Zhuowen was merely a cultivator from a low-grade city. In his eyes, cultivators with such a background were all lowly and insignificant existences. If he was overtaken by Zhuowen, he would really lose a lot of face. Furthermore, he would definitely be beaten up when he returned. In order to not be beaten up, Qin Batian gritted his teeth and stood up once again. His foot suddenly landed on the 1006th step. However, the pressure at night was really too terrifying. Furthermore, after the 1000th step, the pressure would undergo a qualitative change. Even Qin Batian couldn't help but feel his chest tighten. With a groan, Qin Batian said somewhat discouraged, "The pressure is too strong. Let's wait until daybreak. After the 1000th step, the pressure will undergo a qualitative change. This Zhuowen probably won't be so crazy as to continue climbing at night." As he spoke, Qin Batian kept his identity token and sat down cross-legged to meditate. He planned to immediately climb tomorrow morning and shake off this Zhuowen as much as possible. As for the 4th place Su Tianliang, his mood was extremely bad. Especially when he saw the 6th place Zhuowen's name, his expression became extremely ugly. When did this little bastard reach 6th place? His eyes flickered as Su Tianliang stood up. Zhuowen's rapid ascent had finally caused Su Tianliang to feel a sense of crisis. With his arrogance, he definitely wouldn't allow this Zhuowen to surpass him, even if it was close to him. Back then, you were just a stray dog under this seat. To actually be able to reach this level, it seems like you have made some progress. However, if you want to surpass me, Zhuowen, you better wait for your next life. As he spoke, Su Tianliang suddenly took a step forward and directly walked towards the next step. Countless layers of pressure pressed down on his spine, but Su Tianliang didn't feel it at all. He only let out a muffled groan and still climbed up the steps step by step. He, Su Tianliang, also had his own pride. On the 1000th step, Zhuowen silently stood there as he stared at the steps below him. He smiled and said, "The heavens are really helping me. I never thought that the 1000th step would actually have a weakness. Looks like there's hope for a breakthrough in the great Nirvana Sun. Kid, pay attention this time. Last time, you were too greedy, so you caused the weapon spirit of Zhongling Mountain to counterattack. This time, you must not absorb too much spiritual energy. Don't drain the pond to catch fish. Try to slow down. This Dragon Lord will help you hide your aura. As long as you don't go overboard, the weapon spirit won't notice." At this moment, Xiao He in his mind became particularly serious. Recalling the previous experience of being chased by the weapon spirit, it wasn't too good. "Don't worry. This time, I will pay attention. This time, I will absorb the spiritual energy of breaking through 20 apertures." Zhuowen also nodded. You can absorb it now. This Dragon Lord will cover you." Xiao He nodded. With a wave of her small claws, a black mist immediately enveloped the steps. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen did not hold back. His right hand formed a claw, and a stream of golden veins burst out from his body. Then, Zhuowen suddenly pointed his claw, and like a reinforced iron bone, it blasted a palm-sized hole on the steps. With Zhuowen's current physical strength, it wasn't too difficult to shatter this relatively weak step. Whoosh! Waves of blue mist-like spiritual energy slowly flowed out of the hole, and Zhuowen immediately sat cross-legged, silently absorbing this spiritual energy to strengthen the mental strength in his Naiwan palace, so that he could use the strengthened mental strength to break through the remaining apertures. This time, under Xiao He's reminder, Zhuowen deliberately suppressed the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, so the speed of breaking through the apertures became much slower. However, Zhuowen also realized that this slow process of absorbing spirit qi did not cause the slightest reaction from Zhongling Mountain's artifact spirit. It seemed that what Xiaohe said was right. A thin stream flowing for a long time was indeed much better than a turbulent sea. Boom, boom, boom. Golden light spread throughout Zhuowen's body, and golden veins spread to every corner of Zhuowen's body, causing Zhuowen to look dignified and sacred. Under the effect of the spiritual energy, each aperture was slowly broken through by Zhuowen. The long night gradually passed, and a trace of white appeared on the eastern horizon. When the first ray of sunlight shone on Zhongling Mountain, the ferocious beast roars that constantly spread throughout Zhongling Mountain slowly quieted down, and the terrifying pressure also weakened by many times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On Zhongling Mountain, figures who were sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. They all knew that the day had arrived, and they should continue climbing towards the top of Zhongling Mountain. Qin Batian also stood up, and immediately took out his identity token. When he saw that he was still in 5th place, he sighed lightly. Fortunately, Zhuowen did not continue climbing last night. Otherwise, the gap of 5 steps would have been directly surpassed. This Zhuowen has not made any movements until now. Perhaps the 1000th step is his limit. As he thought of this in his heart, Qin Batian did not slow down in the slightest as he continued to climb upwards. However, when his gaze landed on the 4th place, Su Tianliang, he was instantly stunned. Unknowingly, Su Tianliang had already reached the 1150 step, and was not far away from the 3rd place, Zhu Qi. Could it be that Su Tianliang was provoked by Zhuowen last night? To actually climb so many steps in the night, I'm afraid that this fellow doesn't have much strength left. Qin Batian quickly thought of the reason why Su Tianliang was so fast and shook his head. However, he was gloating in his heart. Su Tianliang's exhaustion during the night gave him an opportunity. Looks like I'll be able to surpass Su Tianliang today, hee. Chapter 512. Beyond Wiz. The sound of clothes rubbing against each other slowly rang out. Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes and slowly stood up. His pair of sharp eyes were like a lighthouse in the night, as he stared straight at the peak of Zhongling Mountain through the dense fog. Perhaps, with the help of the great Nirvana Sun, I might be able to climb to the peak of Zhongling Mountain. There seems to be something up there that makes my body restless. What exactly is it? When he broke through the 180th acupoint, the blood in Zhuowen's body suddenly boiled. This was a strange yet familiar feeling, and this feeling came from the peak of the mountain. Zhuowen knew that there must be something at the peak of the mountain, something that was extremely important to him. Kid, there will be a great fortune at the peak of the mountain. As for what it is, even I can't completely sense it. However, I know that it will definitely be something extraordinary. Xiaohe, who was in the sea of consciousness, said quietly. Great fortune. I will definitely climb to the peak of the mountain. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with determination as he silently tossed out these words. He suddenly took a step forward, and with an extremely fast speed, he ascended step by step towards the peak of Zhongling Mountain. The crisp sound of his footsteps lingered on the stairs that were shrouded in fog. That Zhuowen is moving again. Why is his speed even faster than last night? What kind of speed is this? The moment Zhuowen took a step forward, many of the leaders of the forces on the platform at the top of the mountain were finally in an uproar. The shock that Zhuowen gave them last night was too intense. So many people guessed that the 1000th step should be Zhuowen's limit. There were even many people who thought that Zhuowen did not have much strength left to stay on Zhongling Mountain. Now that Zhuowen had moved, all the leaders of the forces stared straight at Zhuowen's name. They really wanted to see where the limit of Zhuowen, who had crossed 500 steps last night, was. However, the moment Zhuowen made his move, all the leaders, including the 5 magnates, were stunned. This was because Zhuowen's speed had reached an insane level. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed 5 or 6 steps. This speed was even faster than Zhuowen's climbing speed last night. Didn't they say that every 1000 steps of Zhongling Mountain would cause a qualitative change? Why is Zhuowen's speed increasing instead of decreasing? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. At the same time, he asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Could it be that Zhuowen had been hiding his strength all this time, and now he had revealed it all? But this was a little unrealistic. If Zhuowen was really that strong, then he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state when he fought with the everlasting old man. And he wouldn't have been hit by the resentful ghost curse talisman. I'm afraid it's possible that Zhuowen has continuously broken through in Zhongling Mountain. Finally, Lu Nantian couldn't help but voice his opinion. He was very clear about Zhuowen's strength, and he had even checked Zhuowen's strength before. He knew that Zhuowen's strength was indeed only at the peak of the second wheel Ultimate Emperor realm. However, the speed Zhuowen was displaying right now didn't seem like a level that a second wheel Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator could achieve. Only a third wheel Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator could achieve this. Since this was the case, Lu Nantian knew that Zhuowen hadn't been hiding his strength from the beginning. He had broken through in Zhongling Mountain, which was why he was able to display such terrifying speed. This Zhuowen's talent is truly terrifying. He was actually able to break through in Zhongling Mountain, which is filled with pressure. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Nantian couldn't help but praise Zhuowen. He liked and valued this kind of genius more and more. This kid had the potential to catch up to the 5 great geniuses. The other 4 magnates were also moved. If what Lu Nantian said was true, and Zhuowen was actually able to break through in such a harsh environment as Zhongling Mountain, then this Zhuowen's talent was truly terrifying. This Zhuowen! Su Chang's eyes were gloomy as he looked at the constantly rising light spots in the golden pagoda. His heart was filled with dense killing intent. He knew that this kind of genius was growing too quickly. If he wasn't killed in the cradle, then he would definitely be a disaster in the future. He surpassed him. This Zhuowen's speed is too fast. He actually surpassed the 5th place Qin Batian. Now he's already in 5th place, and he's not far from Su Tianliang. With this speed, I'm afraid that Zhuowen will soon catch up to Su Tianliang. Suddenly, there was an uproar on the platform. Everyone looked over and saw that Qin Batian, who was originally in 5th place, had been pushed down to 6th place. As for Zhuowen, he had successfully entered the top 5, and wasn't far from Su Tianliang. Seeing this scene, Marquis Yongxing Qinye's mouth twitched, and his face turned ugly. He coldly snorted. This Zhuowen is indeed capable to actually surpass Qin Batian. And this brat Batian, it seems like he's not strict enough. Looks like we'll have to properly train this brat, lest he forgets the principle of being vigilant in times of peace. The moment Qin Ye's words left his mouth, the other 4 magnates could already imagine Qin Batian's miserable fate after the Origin Qi Pagoda ended. Qin Batian probably wouldn't be able to avoid a vicious beating. Not far from Qin Ye, Su Cheng's face also turned ugly. This was because he also saw that the distance between the 5th place Zhuowen and the 4th place Su Tianliang was constantly shrinking. However, the ones being surpassed shouldn't only be the geniuses of our Yongxing Marquis residence. I'm afraid that Brother Su's brat will also be surpassed. At this moment, Qin Ye suddenly said such a sentence as he looked at Su Chang with a mocking gaze. Although he was unhappy that Qin Batian had been surpassed, since it had already happened, he wouldn't be too jealous of Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen had openly surpassed Qin Batian, and he wasn't petty about it. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Su Tianliang would also be surpassed by Zhuowen. Qin Ye naturally couldn't wait to have someone accompany him to the grave. Su Tianliang, whose strength was similar to Qin Batian, was naturally the most suitable candidate. Brother Qin, it's too early for you to say that. There's still a gap of 50 steps between Zhuowen and Tianliang. He might not even surpass Tianliang. Su Chang coldly snorted. Hee. With Zhuowen's speed, he should be able to surpass you very soon. Brother Su, don't be anxious. Qin Ye said in an eccentric tone. You. This Su doesn't wish to bicker with you. Su Chang coldly snorted, and didn't wish to speak too much with Qin Ye. Instead, he stared at the huge golden tower, while his heart was extremely nervous. He naturally didn't wish for Zhuowen to surpass Su Tianliang. In Zhongling Mountain, Qin Batian blankly stared at the identity token in his hand. His face was completely pale, and even his body was trembling slightly. This Zhuowen actually surpassed me? And his speed is so fast. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Batian bitterly smiled and muttered to himself, "Damn it! This time, I really won't be able to escape a fat beating from father. This Zhuowen is actually so abnormal. It's a pity that I didn't pay attention to such a character from the start. But there's still a chance. Looking at this Zhuowen's speed, it should be more than enough to surpass Su Tianliang. As long as I surpass Su Tianliang and enter the top 5, perhaps father won't beat me so ruthlessly when I return." As he spoke, Qin Baishan's eyes were filled with determination. In his heart, he hoped that Qin Ye would beat him lightly. Once again, he gathered his emotions and walked up step by step. On the 1,200th step, Su Tianliang was gasping for breath. His pale face revealed a trace of a smile as he coldly chuckled. "This time, I've finally shaken off that Zhuowen and Qin Batian. Hee, it won't be so easy to surpass me." As he spoke, Su Tianliang took out his identity token. He wanted to see how far he had pulled apart Zhuowen. And, how is this possible? This is impossible. When Su Tianliang's gaze focused on the identity token, his body suddenly froze. The smile on his face became extremely stiff because he realized that Zhuowen had unknowingly surpassed Qin Batian and entered the 5th place. Furthermore, the distance between him and Qin Batian was only less than 50 steps. This reality instantly caused Su Tianliang to feel as if he was struck by lightning as his mind went blank. "Impossible. I will not be surpassed by that little bastard Zhuowen. Absolutely not." With a low roar, Su Tianliang seemed to have gone mad as he ferociously strode upwards. He definitely would not be surpassed by Zhuowen, absolutely not. How can the fellow who was like a stray dog in my hands surpass me? He must be joking. Dang dang dang. Perhaps it was due to Zhuowen's provocation. Su Tianliang's speed actually increased a little. However, compared to Zhuowen's current speed, it was simply a drop in the bucket as the distance between the two continued to shrink. "This bastard can forget about surpassing me. Break, break, break." Su Tianliang roared towards the sky as his speed actually increased by a large margin. However, the increasingly powerful pressure caused his face to become increasingly pale and powerless. There was even a large amount of blood mist seeping out from the surface of his body. 50 steps, 40 steps, 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps. The distance between the two was constantly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, Su Tianliang's pupils slightly shrank as he realized that Zhuowen's height was actually the same as his. "No, I definitely cannot let him surpass me. Step on it for me." Su Tianliang roared in rage as he suddenly stepped on the steps in front of him. In an instant, countless amounts of pressure, like the pressure of the deep sea, surged and crashed onto Su Tianliang's body. Puchi! Su Tianliang only felt that his entire body was filled with a terrifying pressure, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his back. His entire body was bent over, and a mouthful of blood was violently spat out. Immediately, he directly retreated over 10 steps. After retreating over 10 steps, he finally stabilized his body. As for the light spot that represented Zhuowen within the identity token, it rose like a hot knife through butter, and instantly surpassed Su Tianliang. Looking at his name falling to 5th place, Su Tianliang seemed to have lost his soul. His depressed mood made him unable to help but roar towards the sky. "How is this possible? How could that little bastard Zhuowen surpass me? How is this possible? This little bastard must have used some unknown method to achieve such speed. With his strength, how could he surpass me?" Chapter 513. 1500 Stephua. When Zhuowen surpassed Su Tianliang and took 4th place, the leaders of the various forces on the platform could no longer suppress the shock in their hearts. The uproar surged like a tidal wave. Creak! Su Chang clenched his fists tightly. His eyes bulged as he stared at Su Tianliang on the golden tower. Su Tianliang had been surpassed in the end. "Zhuowen, you little bastard!" Su Chang gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with gloominess and murderous intent. The other 4 magnates nodded in agreement. Their hearts were filled with astonishment as well. Zhuo Wenjin had surprised them time and time again with unexpected results. Gu Yutian, who was in the crowd, did not know how to express his current feelings. Although he had always been extremely confident in Zhuowen, he only thought that Zhuowen had the strength to enter the top 100. But now, not only had Zhuowen entered the top 100, but he had also entered the top 10 and top 5. He had surpassed Qin Batian and Su Tianliang of the 5 great geniuses. How could such a result not be shocking and exciting? Lord Gu, your Tengjia city must cooperate with us more in the future. I hope you won't look down on us. That's right. Lord Gu, if you need any help, feel free to look for our city. Although we can't compare to the 5 great geniuses of the province capital, we are still a super city. We can still help with some small matters. Lord Gu, you don't have to be polite with us in the future. If you have any requests, we will definitely do our best to assist you. In an instant, the ordinary Gu Yutian became the focus of everyone on the platform. One by one, the leaders of the super cities showed a humble and courteous attitude towards Gu Yutian. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would definitely feel that this scene was extremely strange. This was because Gu Yutian was only a small cultivator at the Earth King realm, while the city lords of these super cities were basically ultimate emperor realm powerhouses. Their auras were countless times stronger than Gu Yutian's. But now, these powerful city lords were all enthusiastically greeting Gu Yutian. They all knew that Rattan Armor City was going to prosper because the talent and strength that Zhuowen had displayed was no weaker than the 5 super geniuses. In some aspects, he was even stronger. They all knew that the future of such a genius was limitless. With the existence of such a genius, even if Rattan Armor City was only a lowly low-grade city, it would not be a problem to develop into a super city as long as it was given a certain amount of time. Moreover, it would be a super city that was ranked at the top. Gu Yutian was completely flattered. Almost every city lord with a high status on the platform no longer had the trace of arrogance on their faces. Instead, they were warm and courteous. This made Gu Yutian feel very proud and comfortable. After a round of pleasantries, the clamor on the platform also stopped. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the Golden Tower. At this moment, the light that represented Zhuowen on the tower finally began to slow down. It was likely that even Zhuowen would find it difficult to withstand the increasingly strong pressure. At this moment, the ranking of the Golden Tower was as follows. First place, Lve Tao, 2,700 steps. Second place, Luoxing, 1,800 steps. Third place, Zhu Qi, 1,555 steps. Fourth place, Zhuowen, 1,400 steps. Fifth place, Su Tianliang, 1,300 steps. Sixth place, Qin Batian, 1,250 steps. The fifth place, Su Tianliang, and the sixth place, Qin Batian, were slowly shrinking at an extremely slow speed. The distance between the two was also gradually closing. Clearly, Qin Batian was beginning to exert his strength. Brother Su, looks like your family's Su Tianliang forcefully climbed Zhongling Mountain last night. I'm afraid that he doesn't have much strength left. Who knows, he might not even be able to maintain his 5th place. Seeing Qin Batian's speed gradually increasing, Qin Ye's mood became a little better. Seeing the gap between Zhuowen and Qin Batian and Su Tianliang widening, he no longer had extravagant hopes that Qin Batian could surpass Zhuowen. However, if he could surpass Su Tianliang and enter the top 5, it wouldn't be too shameful. After all, Qin Batian's previous results were always 5th place. Brother Qin, you're too confident. Qin Batian and Su Tianliang are separated by more than 50 steps. Do you think that you can catch up with so many steps? Su Chong was a little irritated. Last night, when Su Tianliang desperately climbed Zhongling Mountain, he already knew that something was wrong. Clearly, Su Tianliang was provoked by Zhuowen. Thinking of this, Su Chang's hatred for Zhuowen deepened. Hee, whether I'm confident or not, we'll know when the time comes. Qin Ye said eccentrically. Who? Another 100 steps, and I'll be able to reach the 1,500 step. I never thought that after the 1,000 step, the pressure in Zhongling Mountain would become so terrifying. On the thick and heavy steps, Zhuowen's body was covered in golden light. Golden veins sparkled on the surface of his body. Even though he had opened up 180 acupoints in his body, under this pressure, he still felt a heavy pressure. Sweat poured down like rain. His breathing was rapid, his movements were stiff, and his physical strength was lacking. I must reach the 1500 step. As long as I reach the 1500 step, I can borrow the spiritual chi to break through the great nirvana Sunday. As he spoke, Zhuowen firmly took one step at a time. Although his speed wasn't fast, it was extremely stable. Luo Xing, who was in second place, and Zhu Qi, who was in third place, finally noticed Zhuowen's name that suddenly appeared. Both of their faces revealed a smear of disbelief. This Zhuowen actually surpassed Qin Batian and Su Tianliang consecutively. Zhu Qi's indifferent face frowned slightly. He snorted coldly and didn't delay any longer. His speed increased slightly as he climbed up. Luo Xing also felt a sense of urgency. Zhuo Wen's speed of improvement was even faster than Zhu Qi's. The two of them couldn't figure out how Zhuo Wen had managed to reach fourth place. After all, Zhuo Wen had only been a second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator when they'd entered the third level. Although Zhuo Wen had mental power at the peak of the fourth grade lower tier, his strength shouldn't have surpassed Qin Batian and Su Tianliang's level. In fact, they never thought that the great nirvana sun that Zhuo Wen cultivated would increase his physical strength to such an abnormal degree. Although Zhuo Wen's current strength might not be a match for Su Tianliang, his strong physical strength gave him an extremely strong resistance. In front of Zhuo Wen's strong physical strength, the pressure of Zhongling Mountain wasn't much of a hindrance. In fact, Zhuo Wen didn't even need to waste the power of heaven and earth in his body to resist the pressure of Zhongling Mountain. Therefore, Zhuo Wen's exhaustion in Zhongling Mountain was much less than in ordinary warriors. This was the advantage of having a strong physical body. Dang dang dang. The crisp sound of footsteps slowly rang out. As Zhuo Wen continued to move forward, he got closer and closer to the 1500th step. Of course, the pressure was also getting more and more terrifying. Almost there. I just need to hold on a little longer. Withstanding the huge pressure, even if the skin on his body was cracking, Zhuo Wen still continued to move forward unwaveringly. Finally, just as Zhuo Wen couldn't hold on any longer, Zhuo Wen finally reached the 1500th step. Just as he had guessed, the pressure on this step was much weaker than the other steps. Therefore, he felt rather relaxed now. Silently sitting cross-legged on the step, Zhuo Wen began to recover his strength and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the step. It had been 5 days since the opening of Zhongling Mountain. In these 5 days, many warriors couldn't withstand the pressure of Zhongling Mountain and directly used their identity tokens to leave Zhongling Mountain. Of course, those warriors who were ranked outside the top 100 and had given up on climbing Zhongling Mountain had basically been quietly eliminated by the Yuanqi Tower. Time flew by quickly, and another 3 days passed. Most of the warriors on Zhongling Mountain had already left Zhongling Mountain and were teleported to the huge square outside Zhongling Mountain. There were only 7 warriors left on Zhongling Mountain. They were the top 7, Lve Tao Luo Xing, Zhu Qi Zhuowen Qin Batian, Su Tianliang, and Ling Wushuang. Their rankings were as follows. First place, Lve Tao, 3500th step. Second place, Luo Xing, 1900th step. Third place, Zhu Qi, 1670 steps. Fourth place, Zhuowen, 1500th step. Fifth place, Qin Batian, 1420 steps. Sixth place, Su Tianliang, 1380 steps. Seventh place, Ling Wushuang, 970 steps. Among them, because Su Tianliang had charged too fiercely during the previous night, he had exhausted too much of his energy and was eventually overtaken by Qin Batian. At that time, Qin Nye was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. As for Su Chang, his expression was extremely ugly. Su Tianliang's ranking falling out of the top 5 was really unexpected. What puzzled everyone was that ever since Zhuo Wen had stepped onto the 1500th step 3 days ago, he had been motionless. Such an abnormal performance made many people speculate. On the 990th step of Zhongling Mountain, The heroic Ling Wuxia wiped the sweat on her forehead. Her beautiful eyes stared at the 1000th step as she muttered to herself, I have also reached my limit. In my current state, it will be very difficult to cross the 1000th step. Lightly sighing, she was very clear about her own strength. She took out her identity token and stared at the 4th place, Zhuowen, with a strange color in her beautiful eyes. She had always been curious. How did this young man called Zhuowen, who came from a low-grade city, cultivate? He was actually able to suppress the 2 geniuses, Su Tianliang and Qin Batian, and squeeze into the 4th place. I Ling Wuxia rarely admire others. However, this Zhuowen really makes me admire him. To be able to walk from a low-grade city to where he is now, he must have suffered a lot to be able to have his current achievements. Lightly sighing, Ling Wuxia took out her identity token and formed a seal. Shortly after, a pillar of light descended from the sky and completely enveloped her. Zhuowen, I really want to see what your limit is, because my intuition tells me that you are definitely not only in the 4th place. Chapter 514. 2nd place, Lve Tao is really too terrifying. He's far ahead of everyone. Even the 2nd place, Luo Xing, is behind him by more than 1,600 steps. Now, there were only 6 people left on Zhongling Mountain. Ling Wuxia had already taken the initiative to leave Zhongling Mountain. Among them, the most dazzling one was undoubtedly Lve Tao, who was ranked first. He had reached a terrifying height of more than 3,000 steps. Even the leaders of the various forces on the platform felt a wave of pressure. Lu Nanshan's expression was extremely calm. He wasn't surprised that Lve Tao could achieve such a result. Furthermore, he knew that Lve Tao's ultimate goal wasn't only to be first place, but also to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. How high is Zhongling Mountain? Even I don't know. 100 years ago, in the previous Origin Qi Tower battle, my big brother, Lu Hantian, had climbed more than 9,000 steps, but he still didn't reach the peak. Looking at Lve Tao, who was ranked first in the Golden Tower, Lu Nantian shook his head slightly. He was very clear about Lve Tao's arrogance, but to climb to the peak of Zhongling Mountain was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I wonder if Yitao can break the previous record. Perhaps the peak of the mountain is located above the 10,000 steps of Zhongling Mountain. If he can cross the 10,000 steps, he might be able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Lu Nantian muttered in his heart. He was very clear about how difficult it was to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. In fact, he wasn't very optimistic about Lve Tao. Damn it! Damn it! Even Qin Batian has surpassed me. What should I do now? Last time, I spent too much energy climbing at night. Right now, I don't have any extra energy to take another step. Su Tianliang was panting at this moment. His physical strength was lacking. He stopped on the steps with a gloomy expression. Right now, he didn't have much energy in his body. If he continued, he was afraid that he would really suffer internal injuries. It's all Zhuowen's fault. Zhuowen, you bastard, just you wait. When we reach the 4th level, I'll make you die a horrible death. After fiercely cursing, Su Tianliang's eyes flickered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out his identity token. Shortly after, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared from Zhongling Mountain. Su Tianliang actually gave up? Qin Batian, who was ranked 5th, immediately sensed Su Tianliang's departure. Retrieving his identity token, he stared at Zhuowen, who was still standing on the 1,500th step, as a bitter smile surfaced on his face. Although he was already extremely close to Zhuowen, only 50 steps away, he had basically used up all his energy. He knew that in his current state, it was impossible for him to cross the remaining 50 steps and surpass Zhuowen. Forget it. Forget it. It's not bad to be able to enter the 5th place. Father shouldn't beat me up. After mumbling to himself for a while, Qin Batian took out his identity token and left Zhongling Mountain. From then on, only Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi and Zhuowen were left on Zhongling Mountain. Among them, Lve Tao had pulled a large distance away from the remaining 3. On the 1,500th step, Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. His entire body overflowed with golden light, and he was like a god that had descended to the mortal world, solemn and divine. I've already opened 200 acupuncture points. With the current strength of my physical body, and my own heaven and earth energy, entering the 2000th step shouldn't be a problem. With a faint smile on his face, Zhuowen retrieved his identity token. To his surprise, there were only 4 people left on Zhongling Mountain. They were Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi and himself. Among them, Lve Tao's speed was unbelievably fast, and had already reached the 4000th step. The second place, Luo Xing, was much slower, only at the 1900th step. The third place, Zhu Qi, was only at the 1700th step. The difference between the second and third place wasn't that great. That Lve Tao is probably also rushing towards the peak of Zhongling Mountain? After muttering to himself, Zhuowen's feet suddenly stepped out, and he steadily continued to advance upwards. Although his speed was not as abnormally terrifying as before, it was still much faster than Zhu Qi and Luo Xing, who were in front of him. Zhuowen is moving. How can he still maintain such a speed? He's actually so much faster than Luo Xing and Zhu Qi. If he continues to maintain this speed, wouldn't it be an established fact that Zhuowen has surpassed Zhu Qi and Luo Xing? The moment Zhuowen moved, the crowd on the platform suddenly burst into an uproar. Especially when they saw Zhuowen's steady speed. Everyone on the platform was fiercely shocked. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was calm, and he had a smile on his face. Golden veins covered his entire body. Whenever pressure descended on his body, the golden veins were like small snakes that resisted the pressure. In an hour, Zhuowen had consecutively climbed 100 steps and reached the 1600th step. After another hour, Zhuowen had reached the 1700th step. At this moment, Zhu Qi was still at the 1760th step. This Zhuowen, when did he reach the 1700th step? Zhu Qi finally realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly took out his identity token to check. He immediately discovered that Zhuowen was gradually approaching him. His originally cold face finally revealed a shocked expression. I can't let him surpass me. Zhu Qi's heart was filled with coldness. He hurriedly adjusted his state of mind, and began to speed up. However, the pressure of the 1700th step was too terrifying. It was already difficult enough for him to walk slowly, let alone speed up. After walking a few steps, Zhu Qi was already panting. The light that represented Zhuowen was only 10 steps away from him. 10th step, 7th step, 5th step, 3rd step, 1st step. Soon after, Zhu Qi's pupils violently shrank as he discovered that Zhuowen had actually surpassed him without the slightest hesitation. This guy! The powerful pressure and the depression in his heart finally caused Zhu Qi to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably red. This Zhuowen has indeed surpassed Zhu Qi now. He is already in 3rd place. Moreover, it seems that his speed is not showing any signs of slowing down. On the platform, many of the leaders of the forces were already somewhat numb. Zhuowen's performance really made them speechless. Moreover, they did not know what to say. They could only silently watch as Zhuowen continued to advance step by step. On the other hand, Xianyuan Li of the Imperial Sword sect rubbed his head. His expression was slightly unnatural. Initially, he was extremely interested in Zhuowen. However, he would never have thought that this Zhuowen would grow so quickly. In Zhongling Mountain, even Zhuowen's ranking had been pushed down by Zhuowen. As for the numerous warriors who were teleported out of Zhongling Mountain, they were all stunned as they stared at Zhuowen, who was already in 3rd place. The entire place was silent for a long time. This time, the target is the 2000th step. At this time, Zhuowen had already reached the 1800th step. At this time, the pressure had already become extremely terrifying. Zhuowen's speed had also become much slower. However, he was still constantly pulling the distance between him and Luo Xing, who was in 2nd place. Breakthrough for me. Open all 200 acupuncture points for main. With a low shout, Zhuowen's entire body flashed with a golden light. In an instant, The 200 acupuncture points in his body opened at the same time. A surge of power filled Zhuowen's body. Dang dang dang. Zhuowen's speed increased by a large margin. In 10 breaths' time, he had actually reached the 1,900th step. He was only 20 steps away from Luo Xing, who was in front of him. In fact, Luo Xing had already noticed that Zhuowen was getting closer and closer. At this time, her gaze was extremely calm. She muttered in a low voice, "I'm afraid my limit is the 2,000th step. If this Zhuowen can reach the 2,000th step, I think I can give up." As he said that, Luo Xing suddenly clenched his hands. The starlight around him spread out and scattered into his body. Immediately, the aura in his body surged out. I really didn't expect that in the end, I would have to use a secret technique like the star mantra to support the pressure of Zhongling Mountain. Zhuowen, if you can enter the 2,000th step, then I will really lose. With a low sigh, Luo Xing gently lifted her jade-like feet, and her speed actually soared to the limit. In an instant, she crossed the many steps, and only used 5 breaths' time to reach the 2,000th step. Standing on the 2,000th step, Luo Xing silently glanced at the light that represented Zhuowen in the identity badge. Then, he left Zhongling Mountain without hesitation. The star mantra was a secret technique and had a time limit. Moreover, once the time limit was over, there would be a backlash. Therefore, after Luo Xing stepped out of the limit, he straightforwardly left Zhongling Mountain. The moment Luo Xing left Zhongling Mountain, Zhu Qi, who was still behind Zhuowen, let out a loud roar. His roar was filled with unwillingness, and in the end, he also left Zhongling Mountain after Luo Xing. At this point, only Zhuowen and Lve Tao were still walking in the entire Zhongling Mountain. Tap tap tap. Zhuowen's speed became slower and slower, but in the end, he still reached the 2,000th step. After reaching the 2,000th step, Zhuowen silently sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his body, preparing to absorb the spirit energy in the steps. Zhuowen believed that he, who had seen through the secret of Zhongling Mountain, already had the possibility of reaching the peak of the mountain. Therefore, he was filled with ambition. When Zhuowen finally reached the 2,000th step, regardless of whether it was the masters of the forces on the platform or the other martial warriors on the plaza, they all set off an uproar. This Zhuowen has also reached the 2,000th step. It seems that he is tied with Luo Xing for second place. The master of the meteorite frowned slightly. I'm afraid not. Although this Zhuowen is now at the 2,000th step, he has not left Zhongling Mountain. This means that this boy still has the possibility of moving forward. Wasn't this the case for the previous few times? Lv Nantian suddenly said seriously. Hearing this, the master of the meteorite also fell silent. Lv Nantian was right. In the previous few times, Zhuowen had also stayed on a step for a long time, but when he moved again, his speed always surprised everyone. Hey, what kind of freak is this Zhuowen? He even surpassed Luo Xing. Is this boy's strength now stronger than Luo Xing? The master of the meteorite said with some disappointment. The pressure of Zhongling Mountain is not necessarily the higher the strength, the higher the climb. Strength does have a certain effect of resisting the pressure, but the physical strength can also resist the pressure of Zhongling Mountain. This Zhuowen has a powerful body refining technique. I can feel it. Lv Nantian shook his head. Chapter 515. Lve Tao's exertion. The pitch-black curtain of night was like a black dragon that covered the sky. It stretched across the entire sky, as if the sky was covered by a layer of ink. It was dark and mysterious, distant and continuous. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying and mournful roars once again resounded throughout the entire Zhongling Mountain. The valiant pressure suddenly increased by several times, as if a towering mountain had suddenly appeared on one's back. Dang dang dang. Clear and steady footsteps resounded from one of the stairs. An elegant and indifferent white figure had his hands behind his back. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. His footsteps were firm and steady as he continuously walked on the stairs. The terrifying beast roars, and the pressure of the curtain of night seemed to have no effect on this elegant white-clothed youth. His footsteps did not stop because of this. Boom! When the white-clothed youth took another step, his advancing figure faintly trembled. Soon after, he returned to his original state. He frowned slightly as he stared at the endless lingering fog in front of him. He said indifferently, "Unknowingly, I have already reached the 5,000th step? I never imagined that the pressure after the 5,000th step would actually undergo a qualitative change. Furthermore, it is currently nighttime. The pressure after the 5,000th step is even more terrifying. Looks like it is not suitable to travel at night." The white-clothed youth muttered to himself for a moment. He directly sat down on the 5,000th step, revealing an extremely indifferent face. It was Lve Tao, who was ranked first in the Zhongling Mountain by a large margin. In this Zhongling Mountain, the pressure of every 500 steps is always weaker than the other steps. Could it be that it is specially used to allow the participants to enter the Zhongling Mountain to rest? Lve Tao, who was in the lead by so much, had long noticed the strange situation of every 500 steps. However, he was not like Xiao He, who had a powerful spiritual sense and rich experience. He simply did not think that there was a great opportunity in this step. He only thought that this step, which had a weak pressure, was used by the cultivators to rest. It has already been 6 days since I entered the Zhongling Mountain. According to past experience, the other participants should not be able to endure in this Zhongling Mountain and should have been sent out. For the past 6 days, Lve Tao had been climbing Zhongling Mountain. With his arrogant personality, he didn't even bother to look at the situation of the other contestants in his identity token. This was because he knew that first place could only belong to him. This was the first time he had stopped at Zhongling Mountain. Since he had nothing to do, he habitually took out his identity token. Lve Tao saw that the 1,000 dazzling light spots in the token had all dimmed. Other than the light spot that represented himself, Lve Tao did not see the existence of any other light spots. However, his gaze soon landed on the second light spot. There was a light spot that was as dazzling as the moon. It was rising slowly, and it was dazzling in Lve Tao's eyes at this moment. There was actually someone who had persisted in Zhongling Mountain for 6 days? Looks like it's little sister Luo Xing. To be able to survive for 6 days in Zhongling Mountain, little sister Luo Xing is indeed not simple. No wonder even Lord Father once had such a high opinion of her. Thinking of that elegant and indifferent peerless woman, Lve Tao's indifferent gaze flickered with a trace of fluctuation. When his smiling gaze focused on this light spot, his entire body was suddenly stunned, and even a little stunned. This was because the dazzling light spot that was as dazzling as the moon did not represent the Jade Lady Star Court, but Zhuan, whom he had never taken seriously. Finally, Lve Tao's indifferent expression, which had been maintained from the beginning, finally changed. It became astonishment and disbelief. It's actually him. This Zhuan has actually been promoted to the second place, and he has persisted for 6 days. Muttering softly, Lve Tao's face suddenly became serious. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said indifferently, "What a surprising kid. He has persisted for 6 days in Zhongling Mountain, and has finally been promoted to the second place. It seems that this kid is indeed not simple. However, it's nothing to me. I will let him see the difference between a so-called genius and a real genius." Lve Tao's eyes flickered, and he closed his eyes slightly and began to quietly recuperate. This Zhuan was indeed not bad for being able to persist for 6 days. But for him, this was still not enough. Or rather, all the geniuses participating in the Tower of Vitality were not qualified for him. His goal was to climb to the top of Zhongling Mountain. As for the so-called ranking, it meant little to him, because to some extent, he was already standing at the peak of all the younger generation of cultivators, because the first place would inevitably be his. Even if this Zhuan still existed, it would still not have any impact on his position, because in his opinion, no matter how long this Zhuan stayed in Zhongling Mountain, he would not pose the slightest threat to him. While speaking, Lve Tao began to try his best to recover his energy, so that he could cope with the pressure of Zhongling Mountain tomorrow. On the 2000th step, Zhuan's entire body surged with golden light, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other constantly resounded, like countless bombs exploding. Under the stimulation of spirit chi, each and every one of his acupuncture points bloomed like leaves sprouting. 181st, 182nd, 190th, 195th, 200. As one acupuncture point after another was opened, the aura in Zhuowen's body erupted like a wild beast, and the meridians in his limbs and bones were dyed golden, looking extremely terrifying and valiant. Time gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, the long night had passed, and the first ray of sunlight shone on the horizon. When the first ray of sunlight shone down, Lve Tao, who was dressed in a white robe, slowly stood up. Dang dang dang. Slowly taking a step forward, Lve Tao continued to walk towards Zhongling Mountain. As for the identity token, he did not look at it again, because in his opinion, Zhuowen was simply not on the same level as him. Right now, he had already climbed to the 5,000th step, and Zhuowen was only at the 2,000th step. There was a gap of 3,000 steps, and even if Zhuowen's strength was not much different from his, it was impossible for him to catch up. In fact, Zhuowen's strength was much weaker than his. With such a huge gap, how could it be shortened? As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for Zhuowen to catch up to him. So he simply stopped paying attention to Zhuowen. Right now, Zhuowen was like a clown in his eyes, insignificant, and there was no need for him to be distracted by this person. After all, his goal was the peak of Zhongling Mountain. When Lve Tao set off, Zhuowen, who was standing at the 2,000th step, suddenly opened his eyes. A rich golden light filled his eyes, and a rich aura burst out from his body like a tide. Boom! Wisps of transparent mind power circled around Zhuowen, lifting his body up. I have already opened 200 acupoints, and my mental strength has also advanced from the peak of rank 4 lower realm to rank 4 upper realm. Right now, relying on the strength of my physical body and mental strength, I'm afraid that even 3 ultimate Emperor Realm warriors may not be my match, right? At this moment, Zhuowen's face was full of confidence. With his current strength, if he were to face Su Tianliang, although he might not be able to defeat the latter, he could already contend with him. Haha, Zhongling Mountain is indeed a place of good fortune for me. Here my strength will increase tremendously. Right now, I am no longer afraid of a genius like Su Tianliang. Zhuowen's face revealed a carefree smile. He knew that his strength had finally squeezed into the top combat strength of the younger generation of warriors in Muqing County. Let's go. Let's go to the 2,000th and 500th step. This time, I must complete the beginner level of the Nirvana of the Great Sun in Zhongling Mountain. Slowly standing up, Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward and directly stepped up. His steps were firm and full of confidence. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, Lve Tao had reached the 7,000th step from the 5,000th step. However, after reaching the 7,000th step, Lve Tao clearly felt that the pressure around him had caused a certain degree of threat to him. Humph! It's only the 7,000th step. Father once said that Lu Hantian had reached the 9,000th step, but he did not reach the peak. This means that the peak of Zhongling Mountain should be around the 10,000th step. As long as I reach the 10,000th step, then I will create a record for Zhongling Mountain. At the same time, I will also surpass Lu Hantian, who was once extremely famous in the house of Marquis Qin. Now, Lve Tao's face was no longer indifferent, but full of seriousness. He knew that from now on, he had to be serious. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to reach the peak. Step over it for me. With a low roar, a terrifying aura burst out from Lve Tao's body like a tide. The powerful aura even caused the surrounding space to distort. Countless cyclones wrapped around his body. Dang dang dang. In just an instant, Lve Tao's speed suddenly increased. It was much faster than before. Like a rocket, he directly rushed towards the 8,000th step. While Lve Tao was rushing towards the 8,000th step, Zhuowen was still slowly absorbing the spiritual energy on the 3,000th step. His strength was also constantly increasing under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. Zhuan was not in a hurry to climb. The current him was thinking of all ways to increase his strength. Moreover, Zhongling Mountain originally did not have a time limit. As long as he could withstand the pressure inside, he could continue to stay. Although Zhuan was quite shocked by Lve Tao's sudden rush, he did not belittle himself. Instead, he steadily increased his strength. This was because he knew how big the gap between him and Lve Tao was. Right now, being impatient would not allow him to eat hot tofu. When Lve Tao started his rush, regardless of whether it was the masters of the major forces on the platform or the mini-genius warriors in the square outside Zhongling Mountain, all of their gazes gathered on Lve Tao's light spot. Shock spread in everyone's hearts. Is Lve Tao only getting serious now? He can still make such a rush on the 7,000th step. This guy is too terrifying. I'm afraid that Lve Tao is very likely to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. It is said that there is a great opportunity at the peak. Lve Tao is probably rushing towards the peak. The uproar was like an avalanche. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the light spot that represented Lve Tao. They wanted to see if Lve Tao could reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.